everybody, welcome back to my channel. If you're new here, welcome. If you're one of my subscribers, thank you so much for subscribing and coming back to watch this video. So today I have a really long video. I just kind of decided that I wanted to try to go through all of the scents with you that I have here with me that are available now in Scentsy Club for the month of November. I'm sure a lot of you already have heard that Scentsy released about 300 scents, I believe it was, to Scentsy Club as part of their always get my bar kind of perk. And a lot of these are bars that I have actually here. They're bars that I'm very familiar with. They're bars that I have used before. And even if I haven't used them in quite a while, I was able to find that specific bar in my stash, and I have brought them all upstairs with me, and I am going to smell them with you. Now, I don't have every single one of them. There are a couple that I don't have, and I will go over those and why I don't have them when I get to them. There's only a handful that I have not smelled at all. And I also placed a Scentsy Club order, and I do have that order here. So I did place an order to get a couple of bars here that I did not have, that I haven't smelled before. So I will be smelling those with you, and I'll also let you know which bars I ordered. To be honest with you, I really didn't place that large of an order. This was just kind of a one and done club that I did just to get a couple of bars here that I needed for a customer, and also to get a couple of bars here that I wanted to smell that I had not smelled before. Pretty much everything else I already kind of had. I am still extremely excited that Scentsy chose to bring back a lot of these fragrances because I can add them to my club now. So a lot of these bars, I was hoarding, and so I have a couple of old bars that I really honestly need to warm through first before I get more. But I am really struggling trying to decide which ones I want to add to my club. And honestly, I think that I'm going to be making several clubs. So my thought process behind this is I'm going to be making me a bakery club. I'm going to be making a fall winter type of club. I'm going to be making a spring summer club for myself. I'm going to try to split things up that way. I'm also probably going to make a club for myself that are bars that I absolutely love, that I want to add to my club, but that I don't really need anytime soon, because there are some bars that came back that I don't necessarily need anytime soon, because I was able to stock up on those bars in a clearance section, and I grabbed a good bit of those. So I really need to warm the ones that I have. So for those type of clubs, I'm definitely going to have to be doing the hack where I push those out until I need them. But for pretty much everything else, I am, going to be shipping those to myself probably quarterly. That's usually what I do, just because I have so much wax. I really don't need monthly clubs. But I am just extremely grateful that Scentsy did this. There are still a lot of bars that I would love to come back, and I have that wrote down, and if I can remember, I will kind of go over that list with you towards the end of bars that I'm hoping that if they do this again in the future, whenever, maybe a year from now, I have no idea what Scentsy's plans are, but if they ever do this in the future, there are a bunch of bars that I would like to see come back. So as you can probably tell, I have kind of decorated for Christmas. I do have some of my warmers back here, but I do have a few new holiday warmers that I have not put out yet. I have not recorded that video and showed you those warmers yet. So until I do, I have not put those warmers out. I actually don't have my Christmas tree up yet either. So this is all probably going to change in the next couple future videos once I can get all that done. But like I said, this video has been extremely overwhelming, just trying to pull all the bars up here. And I have already put all the bars in alphabetical order. They're all in front of me in stacks, and I have kind of sticky notes on the top, so I have them all kind of numbered on the order that I need to go in. I also have an Excel sheet here where I have wrote down the descriptions, or actually typed out the descriptions for all of the bars, so that I can try to go over the notes with you. And I have this in alphabetical order. So I figured if I put them in alphabetical order in front of me, that would help me go through this quicker. Okay, so again, these are bars that are available in Scentsy Club right now until the end of November. I'm sure that a lot of you already know this. If you don't know how all of that works, you can watch a previous Scentsy Club video of mine to hear more about how that works, or maybe, try to look at another YouTuber to see that information, just because I don't have time today to go over that. I honestly may have to split this up into 2 videos. So if you see me dressed differently or looking differently, that is probably why, because I'm not sure that I can get this all done tonight. So I am going to go through these bars pretty quickly just because there are so many of them. But if you do have a question about a particular scent that I talked about, you can definitely comment that below, and I'd be more than happy to try to give you more information and more details about that particular fragrance. I also definitely recommend that you watch other people on YouTube just to see their opinions about bars, just because these are just my impressions of these bars. This is my experience with these bars. And honestly, some of these bars have been sitting for quite a while. They have been curing. And so they may smell slightly different than if you receive a fresh pour from Scentsy and you put that in your Scentsy Club. So just keep that in mind, and just keep in mind that all of us, our noses are just different. So if you guys want to grab yourself something to drink and a little snacky snack, let's just go ahead and get into it. So the first bar that I have here is called Ace. It looks like this. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with this one because it was available recently for July of this year for Bring Back My Bar. The description says it has tangerine, lavender, dark chocolate, and sweet musky amber. And I really love this one. So when this was available for Bring Back My Bar, I actually added this to my club. And I didn't get the best performance of this one, honestly. But I have went back and warmed it again, and it had much better performance. I think here in the open concept, it kind of struggled a little bit, but it did fantastic in bathrooms and especially the bedroom. I think it's perfect for bedrooms. So it does lean masculine. You can smell the chocolate note, but it's kind of way off in the background and it's hardly noticeable. I feel like it's just there giving this something extra. And I think that's what I like about it, honestly. It is so unique smelling. I really do like masculine scents, so maybe that's why I like this one. I feel like, you know, you can slightly smell the lavender, and I usually do like lavender scents as well. But I think that you can definitely smell like this musky note. I'm pretty sensitive to amber, so I don't think this one is like a heavy amber type of bar or anything like that, so don't be afraid of that if you don't usually like amber. It just smells really good. I think it's perfect for a bedroom. I don't think that, you know, it's a powerhouse by any means. Like I said, I don't think it would perform in a really large space unless you want to add more wax. But this one is definitely in my club. It's staying in my club, and I really, really love this one. It's very unique. So the next one on the list is called African Mahogany. Now, this one I do not have. I don't think that I've ever smelled this one before. The description for it says, a crisp fragrance combining precious woods with musk and amber. So when I placed my one and done club order to get a couple of bars here of ones that I wanted to try, I actually did not order this one only because I was a little afraid of it. I was afraid with those notes mentioning woods and amber. You know, I don't really gravitate towards a lot of woodsy type fragrances, and I really don't like amber scents. And so I just didn't get that one. Maybe I can try it in the future, but for right now, I just didn't feel like it was something I needed. So if you are somebody that has tried this African Mahogany and you are familiar with that fragrance, if you could please let me know down below if that one has a lot of amber in it, if it is extremely woodsy, just let me know what your opinion about that one is. I may still purchase it. I may do another one and done club before the end of November when these bars go away, just because kind of curiosity. I'm just curious and I really want to try it, but I know how I am with amber, and I think I probably should just skip it. The next one on the list is Almond Croissant. I do have that one here. So I stocked up on a couple of these when they were available in clearance or a flash sale or something like that at some point. And the description for this one says, a fresh baked croissant is made even more heavenly with cinnamon sugar and an infusion of almond. And this was a scent that was new, I think, back in 2020 when it came out. And I fell in love with it back then. I absolutely love this. I've always loved bakery bars. For some reason, I didn't have this one in my club. I don't know why, but I am so excited to finally be able to add this to my club. It is a fantastic performer. This bar has always performed fantastic for me, even out here in this open concept. I think it does great. You can definitely smell some almond here. It's not a weird almond. It's more of a nutty almond, so it's not leaning cherry in any way. It's nothing like that. It smells like cookies a little bit when it warms. You can smell this croissant type of note, and there is a slight butteriness here. But sometimes when I have this warming, my husband thinks, you know, I'm warming some type of cookie type of fragrance. So it's really, really nice. If you like bakery and you have never tried almond croissant, I definitely recommend this one. This one is great for mixing. I've mixed it with plenty of other bars. I mix it with fruity type of bars sometimes. It's just a great performer and it's a staple. So this is probably going in my quarterly club. And then I'm also probably going to put it in another club that's like a bakery club. That way, whenever I want to order more of my bakery bars, I've got a whole club of my favorite bakery bars that I can process. The next bar here is Aloha Orchid. And it's this pretty pink one. Now, some of these bars have been used. Okay, so not all of my bars are brand new. Some of them have definitely been used. And this is one that I have used. I do have some new bars of these, but I just went ahead and grabbed this one. The description says, a trip to the islands beckons as coconut, creme, and pineapple water mingle alongside plumeria, petals, and purple orchid. Now, this was Scent of the Month back in 2023 for the month of May. And I added it to my club back then. I have since deleted it. So I took it out of my club at the beginning of this year, I believe, at some point. But my husband and I really love this fragrance, which is kind of shocking because we don't normally like floral scents. But to us, when this warms, we can slightly smell a bubblegum note or like a fruity note in the background. This is a very strong bar to us. It is a great performer, especially out here in the open concept. There is some fruitiness with this one, so that's why I'm able to warm it. I can definitely smell the pineapple in this one. I can definitely smell like some plumeria. I don't really smell the coconut, which is a good thing for me because I am sensitive to coconut, but I don't really smell that here. I haven't decided whether I'm going to add this one back to my club. I just really, you know, I made the tough decision to delete this one along with a bunch of these other ones. And now I'm faced with the tough decision of, do I want to add these back to my club, or do I just want to leave them removed and deleted and not get them anymore? So that's kind of what I'm going through with this one. I really don't think I need any more. I may, like I said, place one more one and done club, and I may grab one more of these just to kind of throw in my stash. But they last a really, really long time because they are a good performer. So if you like floral bars, I definitely recommend this one, especially if you usually like floral bars that have, you know, some fruitiness with it. So this one's really good. Okay, so I also have Amordo here. And it looks like this. And the description for Amordo is an almond scented fragrance sweetened with honey and spice. And this really isn't a favorite fragrance of mine. I do think it's nice. I think this is a nice bar, but I don't really care for the almond note that is in this fragrance. For me, it's starting to lean, you know, going cherry a little bit. Like it almost smells slightly cherry. And if you like that, if you like almond bars that have like that slight cherry type of edge to them, then I think you would love this one. It is a really pretty bakery. It is a great performer. I just prefer the almond note that is in like almond croissant. I prefer it to smell more nutty, and I don't know. I like that more. This one, there's definitely some sweetness here. You can definitely smell that cherry almond type of note. You can definitely smell the honey. I don't really get a whole lot of spice. So if you're afraid of this one because it mentions spice, it's not really that spicy at all. If anything, there's just a slight spice with this one when it warms. But I'm not very familiar with this one because this is the last bar that I have of this fragrance, and I haven't warmed it in quite a while, but it is nice. It's nice. Okay, the next bar that I have here is Amber Road. And a lot of you are familiar with this one because this was just available in July of this year for Bring Back My Bar. The description says that it has glowing red cedar, it has resinous incense, and it has smoky vetiver, and it has crackling birch leaves. So this is a very, very woodsy scent. It definitely smells like it has incense to it. I actually prefer the way that this smells after it has sat a little bit. So I haven't I haven't worn this since probably July, August, sometime back in then. I probably should try this again. I did like it. I think this is absolutely beautiful. I just don't usually gravitate towards woodsy type scents like this. But if you are someone who likes woodsy scents, you like unique type fragrances, I think you should give this one a try. This one I don't think was extremely powerful or anything like that, but I do think it had fantastic longevity. So for me, I think what I smell most is that cedar and like some incense type notes with this one, but this one is nice. I'm glad that this one came back for anyone that missed out on adding it back in July so that you can add it to your club style. Okay, the next bar that I have here is apple and oats. And this one was also available for Bring Back My Bar in July. So I love this one. This is one of my favorite bars. I have always loved this fragrance, and I was so glad that it came back for Bring Back My Bar recently because I added a bunch of these to my club. I stocked up on a good bit of them. And the description for apple and oats says, rich buttery oats, caramelized apple, and warm hints of cinnamon. And it really is a really rich, very spicy cinnamon apple bakery type of fragrance, but it definitely has that warmth to it. It smells cozy. This is so good. You have to like spices. I don't think it's really like a red hot type of spice, but I do think it's a lot of spices here. This smells so amazing. So I know a lot of people are kind of shy of this one just because it mentions oats. You can smell some of the oats here on cold, but once you put this into the warmers and you start warming it, I feel like you smell a lot more of the apple and cinnamon, and the oats kind of takes, a back seat with the scent, and that's just kind of in the background, but it's really beautiful mixed with this. So this one's a great one to try if you like apple and cinnamon type of bakery fragrances. Okay, the next bar that I have here is Apple Cherry Cider. And this is a pretty old bar. It says, toast to the harvest with fresh picked apple and cherry heightened by cinnamon stick. So this was available in a 3-pack. And I believe it was available for a harvest collection with huckleberry apple pie, cinnamon roasted pear, and then this one, I believe. I think that was the 3-pack. I don't remember when that was. It was probably around like 2020. But I love this fragrance. I used to have this in my club a long time ago, and I eventually cut it just to make room for other things. I only have maybe 2 or 3 of these bars left. And so now that I don't have to hoard them, you can see they're getting pretty sweaty. So I'm going to go ahead and warm this one sometime this week and try to decide if this is one that I want to add to my club, if I want to get more of it, because it really is pretty. It is very cidery. Like, you can definitely smell the cider here. You can definitely smell the apple. There is a slight cherry. So sometimes I feel like when Scentsy puts cherry in a bar, the cherry kind of overtakes the bar, but that's not really the case here. I feel like the apple and the cherry is very balanced in this one. And then you also have the cinnamon stick. I don't think it's overly spicy, but I do think it leans towards like a red hot cinnamon. I can't really remember the performance on this one because it has been a while since I warmed it, just because I was hoarding these bars because I do love it. So I'm glad to have this. I'm going to warm the old bars that I have and probably at least go ahead and grab a couple more before the end of the month, or probably throw one of these in my fall winter club. Okay, so the next scent here is Apple Cherry Strudel. And the description for it says, Granny Smith apple, cherry, and vanilla drizzle insist on dessert first. Now, I do not have any of this bar in stock. I have not had this one in my club or anything like that. And honestly, it was never really a top favorite of mine, but I do have a tester here. So I will smell this little tester with you. This really doesn't give me the best, feeling of what a scent smells like because I can't smell the bottom of it. But I know what this one smells like. I have warmed it in the past. And there's just something about this one. I do like it. I think it is a very nice fragrance. I remember the performance of this one wasn't that great. even though it is a nice bakery, like I like it here more than I remember liking it. There is definitely more cherry in this than I feel like there is apple. And the strudel note, this is a very sweet scent in my opinion. And I don't know if it's the vanilla that I don't really like when this starts to warm. For some reason, this bakery starts to become a little heavy in the air when it's warming. And if I remember correctly, it used to kind of give me a headache slightly. So I just never really warmed a lot of this one. But this one is nice. I would say if you like bakery fragrances and you like the scent of cherry, and you like sweet dessert type bakery fragrances, and you like a little bit of apple, I say give this one a try, because there are a lot of people who love that one. So it is good, but I don't think the performance on that one was the best, if I remember correctly. The next bar I have here is Apple Crush. And this one says a 1-2 punch of green apple and sweet apple blossom. So this is a very, very, very sweet, very high-pitched apple. Very, very sweet, very high-pitched. So this one honestly reminds me a lot of a sour green apple Jolly Rancher. There's something about this one. It's got a very, very, very sweet, syrupy type scent here, but then there's also something about it that smells sour. And this one was a pretty okay performer, if I remember correctly. I think the sharpness of this one made it seem kind of strong, but I don't remember this one having the best longevity, but I really can't remember. It's been quite a while since I warmed this one. But if you like really loud type spring crisp apple type fragrances with a sour type note, like I'm saying, like with the apple Jolly Ranchers, with like maybe some extra sweetness, like with syrup with that, then I say give this one a try, because this bar is pretty old. I've had this bar for quite a while, and it is still as strong as I remember it. It's still as high pitched as I remember it being. And it's nice. It is nice. This is definitely a scent that I would warm around spring, maybe going into summer, but maybe even around Easter. I do like this one. I don't know if I would add this one to club. Honestly, I'll probably try warming a cube or two of this one just to see if I want to add this one to my club, because I really do love apple fragrances, and I like it more than I remember liking it in the past, the last time I warmed this. But I don't know. I really don't need to find new favorites to add to my club. So I don't know. This one is a really good one, though. Okay, the next one here is Apple S'mores. And the description for this one says, harvest apples, cinnamon glaze, and a drop of coconut milk lend a tantalizing twist to classic toasted marshmallow, vanilla creme, and warm cedar wood. Now, I've talked about this before because I think I got this bar recently in a bundle that I had bought, and maybe it was around fall for some sort of Halloween bundle that they had. It was like a pre-made bundle, so the bar came with it. It's not like I specifically purchased the bar. And I do like this bar, all except for the coconut note. This is a very complex, unique type of fragrance, and there are a lot of people who love this one. I remember back when this one was available before, I had a lot of customers that love this one. I still have customers that ask about this one, because there's really nothing else that I can think of that smells like this. But when I think of s'mores, I think of marshmallow, I think of chocolate, I think of graham cracker. It's not really like that. There is like a smoky type of note here, like with some cedar wood, and I do like that about it. I feel like that gives it like a fall type of twist. But I just feel like this coconut that's here is just out of place. Like, it doesn't really feel like it should be there. It doesn't really feel like it belongs in this fragrance, because I want to smell more of the toasted marshmallow, but I keep smelling coconut instead of the marshmallow. So I don't like that, just because I don't really like coconut. But if you're someone who likes coconut, it's not really a bakery type of coconut. It's more of a heavier coconut, which is what I can't get along with. So that keeps me from liking it. I do like the apple note in here. I do like the marshmallow. I really have a hard time smelling it over the coconut. And then, there's no chocolate type of note here. There's nothing like that here, when it says apple s'mores, I would assume that there would be, but there's really not. There is a slight sweetness, but it's not overly sweet or anything like that. It's not overly spicy. So it does say cinnamon glaze, but I haven't worn this in quite a while. Okay, so I can't give the best opinion on performance of this one, and I really can't even say how much that spice comes out, because the last time I wore this, it was just too heavy of a fragrance for me. It was just too much coconut. But I don't remember this being like a very spicy bar or anything like that, so I wouldn't be afraid of the cinnamon in this one if you don't like cinnamon. If you like apple, you like marshmallow, you like coconut, you like a smoky type cedarwood type of fragrance, you want to try something unique and different, this one is popular, so I would give apple s'mores a chance. Okay, so the next one I have here is Apricot Cloud. And I have used this one. The description says, sweet apricot nectar uplifted by notes of lily of the valley and cloud musk. And I really did like this fragrance when it was available. I'm pretty sure it was available. Yeah, Valentine's collection from this year. This was part of that 3-bar bundle. The only thing is it's a pretty light fragrance. But if you are someone who likes softer, lighter type of fragrances, especially for like a bedroom, this one is absolutely gorgeous. It is so pretty. I love the apricot in this one. Sometimes I don't really like the scent of apricot. Sometimes I feel like it can be too sharp, but it is so soft in this one. I think it's this cloud musk that they have mixed with it. And then they also have this lily of the valley, which I really like. There was a lily of the valley bar that we had at one point, and I absolutely loved that bar. I thought that was the most beautiful floral bar that I've smelled in a long time. It was very, very strong and almost too much for me, but I think I must really like lily of the valley. So I don't really specifically smell that scent here, but I do smell something slightly floral, and it's absolutely beautiful. I feel like it blends really well with this apricot. There's a slight sweetness, there's softness here. Honestly, I feel like I could warm this, in my bedroom year round. I do feel like this is probably more of like a spring going into summer, Valentine's Day, kind of that time frame of a bar, but it is just absolutely so beautiful. I do have this one in my club, so I'm trying to decide if I want to keep it, just because the performance of this one is not quite the best, but I really like soft bars like this sometimes. I know sometimes I really don't like Scentsy to have all these light, soft bars, but sometimes soft bars are really, really nice for the bedroom, or when you don't want a really overpowering scent in the house. So this one's nice for that. I really love it. The next bar I have here is Arctic Kiss. And this is a pretty old bar. This was from back when it was a scent of the month. And I don't really remember when that date is, but it was quite a while back that this was scent of the month. The description says, cool Arctic mint and fresh air embrace the warmth of fluffy vanilla clouds. And I really do love this one. It is absolutely beautiful. I remember my customers going crazy for this one when it was scent of the month. It is so pretty. Again, there's like this soft, cozy type of scent with this one. There is this beautiful vanilla. I can be sensitive to vanilla, but the vanilla in this one is absolutely so gorgeous. It is so pretty. It's not an overpowering, cool mint type of fragrance. I feel like it's just the perfect amount of mint in this one to smell wintry, but also smell cozy. You also have where it mentions vanilla clouds, and I feel like that's giving it like this soft type of cozy edge. It is so pretty, and it is also a great performer. I feel like this one has fantastic longevity. So I do have this one in my club. I think I have 1 bar, and I think I'll probably keep it at that. I don't think I need to increase my quantity of this one, just because I still have a brick of this, I believe, and a couple of bars left. I don't warm it that often. I usually reach for this one definitely in winter, definitely January, February, after Christmas. But I do like this one for my bedroom sometimes, just because it does have that soft, cozy type of feel to it. But the mint type of note that's in this one, it just seems more appropriate for winter. So I don't use as much of this one. But it's really, really pretty. Okay, the next bar I have here is Autumn Blaze Maple. And the bar that I've had for a while. It's got a flat bottom. The description says, a bountiful harvest of crisp apples and earthy pumpkins with golden maple syrup, warm cinnamon, and a ribbon of smoldering oak. So it does have a lot going on. It's been quite a while since I have warmed this one, and that's just because I was hoarding the couple of bars that I have. You can see how juicy this bar is. I honestly don't remember how long I've had this bar, but I only have maybe two. I have this one and maybe one more. So it doesn't smell quite like it did when it was new. So I probably should go ahead and warm this. And I probably will go ahead and do that this week because I need to decide if I want to add this one. I remember this being a favorite of mine. I remember loving it. So I can definitely smell some apples in this one. I can definitely smell, a slight earthy oak type of note. I don't really pick out pumpkins with this one. I really smell more of the apple. If I remember correctly, you might be able to slightly smell like a fruity type of like a pumpkin warming with this one in the background. But I think you smell more of like the apple, a little bit of syrup, a little bit of cinnamon, and then you can smell like a woodsy oak type of scent here. But there's not much of that here, and that's why I like it, because I prefer fragrances that are more like this, that have a lot of other things with it and just like a little bit of woods with it. It is so pretty. There is some sweetness here, so you'd have to be okay with a bar that has like a little bit of sweetness. I still wouldn't say that this is a bakery bar or anything like that. It does have some maple, but it smells more of like a fruity, spicy type of bar with like some slight woods and some slight sweetness. I don't know. This one is unique. I really like this one. I'm going to try warming it again this week and then, see if I still love it as much as I used to. And if I do, then I'll be adding at least one of these to my club. So the next bar that I have here is my absolute favorite. This one is Autumn Hearth. And I have been using this one, so I only have one cube left in this one. You guys know I love this one. This is just my beloved Autumn Hearth. There's really nothing better than this. I do have my other favorites. I have Ocean, that's my all-time favorite scent, and things like that, but nothing compares to Autumn Hearth. So if you missed out on adding this one to your club, because I don't think that we were expecting this one to get pulled from the catalog, so I am glad that Scentsy added this one to the list, so that if you were counting on the fact that this one was going to be available for this fall and winter, that you can add it to your club. I personally have several clubs, and all of my clubs have a lot of these because this is my favorite scent. This is my mom's favorite scent, and we warm it year round. We don't just warm it around the fall. This is just the most perfect spicy scent. It does have apple, but it's not like an overpowering apple. It's more of just like the most beautiful warm spices. So I could see how this would be a scent that a lot of people only warm, in the fall or around the holidays. But for us, we just love spices, and it's just perfect. It's absolutely perfect. So the description says, apple, cinnamon, and tonka are all about fall. That's really all it says. But this is just such a special bar for it to have such a basic description. This bar was new back in like 2018. I think that was the first time that it came out as a new release. And I have just absolutely loved it since then. It is an absolutely amazing performing bar. The longer that it sits, the better that it gets. I mean, this bar doesn't really get sweaty or oily that I have seen. I have a good bit of these bars in my stash, and it's just amazing. It really is. I cannot say enough good things about this bar. Even if you are not someone who likes a lot of apple in a bar, but you like spicy scents, I would give this one a try, because I have a lot of customers who love this bar, and they were so sad to find out that it wasn't available this year. So I do have, I think 8. I did purchase a club, and I just got that in the other day. So I have 8 of these, and some of them are for customers, and then a couple are for myself, just because, you know, I was giving my customers some that I had in my stock, because I do have this one in my club, and I felt bad for everyone who loves this bar as much as I do, and then they couldn't get it anymore. But I am glad that it is available so they can add it to their own clubs, and then I can keep mine, because my mom and I, we need a good bit of these to last us throughout the year. So I don't think I'm going to pull the Autumn Hearth out of my box from my Scentsy Club order that came the other day, just because most of them is for a customer and there's only a couple for myself. But just know, if you have not tried this one, definitely give it a try. But you have to like spices. If you're somebody that loves spices, I would definitely give this one a try. The next bar here is Bamboo and Rainfall. And it is this green color. The description for this one says, an exhilarating rainfall pours down over fresh bamboo and bright melon water in a tranquil moment. So this one was never really an absolute favorite of mine. I do think it's beautiful. I think it is a really fresh and clean type of fragrance. I think it smells kind of spa-like in a way. There's something about, when they mention bamboo, there's something about the way that smells that reminds me of like a spa. It mentions, you know, rainfall. It mentions melon water. There's like an aquatic, fresh type of spa element to this one, and smells clean. So I do like it. It's just, I don't normally warm scents like this. If I do, it's probably would be somewhere like the bathroom. And I have just so many other scents and bars that I have to get through to warm in the bathroom, that I don't have this one in my club or anything like that. But I think it's absolutely gorgeous. If you like these green scents like that, that are fresh, it honestly reminds me slightly of prickly pear and agave, which is also here somewhere. And it's also available. It's just slightly, there's a similarity there that reminds me slightly of that. And it's that same watery type of spa-like feel. But this one is nice. So if you like fragrances like that, I would definitely give this one a try. I have warmed this a couple of times, and I remember it being a pretty good performer, but I've not warmed it out here in my open concept. I only used it in my bathroom, and I really liked it. The next one I have here is Be Fabulous. And I have talked about this one before. I was able to stock up on this one and grab some from a clearance sale that Scentsy had not too long ago. The description says, bright limoncello sparkles against a splash of ruby grapefruit and sweet sugared musk. This was a scent of the month from back in April of 2020. It was available with like a peacock warmer of some sort. And I love this fragrance. I do. I used to have this in my club. I don't know why I took it out of my club. It is grapefruit. This is one of my most favorite grapefruit bars that Scentsy has ever created. And it's probably because there's also like a lemon type of bright note mixed with it as well. It is so good. It is such a, like another high-pitched type of fragrance, but it's not extremely sharp where I can't tolerate it. It is an amazing performer. So I can actually use less wax of this one, even out here in the open concept. So usually I use about 3 cubes out here and mix it within my warmers. But with this one, I can definitely get by with 2 cubes, no problem. It smells so amazing. If you like grapefruit, if you like citrusy type of scents, even if you're a fan of lemon, I would probably give this one a try. It is absolutely beautiful. Beautiful. I'm so glad that this one is back. It's kind of strange that it's purple. I've always said it's kind of strange that they chose purple for this one, just because it's not a color that I would associate this fragrance with. But it smells so good. I'm so glad it's back. Because I stocked up on this one from that clearance sale, I didn't add it to my one and done club because I stocked up on a good bit of these. So I have plenty to last me for quite a while, but this is definitely going in a club, and it will be going in a club that I can push out until I need it. But This is an all-time favorite of mine. The next bar that I have here is called Beach. Now, this bar was one that they added. I don't really remember when they added this. It wasn't part of the original list of bars that were coming back. So this one was kind of added later. I think there was like maybe 6 fragrances that Scentsy just decided to add to Scentsy Club so that people could add those as well. And Beach was one of them. And I'm really happy that they chose Beach as one of them because I think this fragrance is beautiful. This, if you want a powerhouse fragrance, this is one. This is a flat bottom, and you can see it's not juicy or anything. I've had this one for quite a while, and it smells just as strong as it did from the day I got it. And this is a powerhouse. Now, I know there's a lot of people that don't like this fragrance. I don't think that it smells like the ocean. I don't think that it really smells like a beach. So the description of this one says, papaya and honeydew sweetened with a hint of coconut. Now, this came back in 2023 for a Bring Back My Bar. So that's probably when I got this bar. That's probably how old it is. It is not a beach type of fragrance. It's really not something that I would associate with beach. I do think I can smell papaya. I'm not sure about the honeydew. I can definitely smell something that smells kind of like a coconut tanning type of lotion, but not heavy coconut, but smelling kind of like a tanning type of lotion. Not sunscreen, but like tanning lotion. And there is kind of some sharp notes here too. I know there's some people that really just don't like the fragrance of this one, but I have a lot of customers who love this one and they love the performance of this one. They love that it lasts and lasts and they're warmers and it's a powerhouse. So if you're looking for a bar that's like that and you want to try something different, give Beach a try because I honestly think it's gorgeous. It really is a pretty fragrance. So I'm glad this one is back. I'm definitely adding this one to my club. Okay, the next bar that I have here is called Berry Fairy Tale. And I only have a little bit left of this one. This is the last that I have left of this one. The description says, sweet dreams are made of pineapple slices, star apple, and raspberry. This was a new scent back in 2018. I don't know if it's came back. I'm not sure when this got discontinued, and I don't know if it has came back again. This is, it's kind of hard to explain. It says that it has pineapple slices, star apple, and raspberry. Well, I can smell slightly some pineapple here. I think there's probably more raspberry. Star apple, I don't really know if I smell that. I can smell a good bit of raspberry. And I can smell some slight sweetness here. I don't think it's like overly sweet. But I do think with this scent, there is a slight waxy type of smell with it. And kind of like a little artificial type of smell. But I've always loved this one. I used to warm this one all the time. I feel like now we have more options available. So I feel like instead of Berry Fairy Tale, I probably would gravitate more towards, Berry Sweet or Jamming Jubilee, another type of fragrance that I have that's a berry type of fragrance. So for me, there's nothing super, super special about it. But I remember back then when I didn't have as much wax and I didn't have as many options that I really love this one. So if you like berry scents and you like raspberry, I would give this one a try. Okay, the next bar I have here is Berry Good Pumpkin. And I was so glad to see this one on the list. This one says prize-winning pumpkin infused with sun-ripened berries and autumn spices. This was from the Gordy Goodness collection. That was from fall last year. And we were all so disappointed that it did not make it to the catalog. I felt like all of those bars should have at least made it to the catalog for one season. This one is so good. It is so beautiful. This was my favorite from the collection, I believe. I really do think it was. I did really like everything from that collection, though. This bar is not an overly pumpkin type of fragrance. So this definitely has more of a berry type of note. I feel like it is similar to the berry that is in Breakfast in Bed. It's like a type of raspberry. If you like Breakfast in Bed, but you don't really like the bakery kind of aspect to that, but you like that fruity type of note with it, I think you would like this one. I do think there is some slight spices here, but they're very, very gentle. And you really don't smell them. You really don't smell them. I mean, I'm just used to a lot of spices. So for me, I don't really pick up on the spices. I feel like maybe there's slightly a little bit there when it's warming. But I don't really smell a whole lot of pumpkin. So if you're looking for a very loud pumpkin mixed with some berry, this one really isn't it. I feel like it's mostly berry. So you would have to like fruity type of fragrances. It's not an overly sweet. It is beautiful. So this one is going in my club for sure. I think that this one is unique. For me, I know that Scentsy does a lot of fruity type of bars. They do a lot of berry type of bars, but there is something about this one that I absolutely love. I don't know if it's because it doesn't really smell like strawberry. I guess it's the raspberry type of note here, but I love strawberry type of fragrances. And for me, this is like the perfect bar, like leaving summer, heading into fall. Because it almost smells like strawberry raspberry, but then it has like a fall twist to it. It is so pretty. So this one is nice. Okay, so the next bar that I have here is Berry Sweet. And I have just one cube left in this one, but I have a new bar here as well. So I brought both of them up here to smell. Berry Sweet says, fresh blueberries and red strawberries coated in a sweet candy glaze are as sweet as can be. This scent was new last year for the spring and summer catalog. And I really do love this one. I think I can smell more of it here on this cut bar, but I feel like you can definitely smell some blueberry with this one. I don't think it's overly blueberry, but I love blueberry. I love when Scentsy puts any kind of blueberry notes in bars. I feel like they don't do that enough. But I feel like with this one, when it's warming, you can definitely smell a little bit of that blueberry. You can definitely smell some other type of berries. I wouldn't necessarily say that I smell a lot of strawberry. Again, it's almost like a raspberry strawberry. Well, it's more strawberry. It's just very berry. There's not really another way for me to explain this one. I do think that this is an absolutely gorgeous berry scent that Scentsy created. I still really love Jamming Jubilee. I feel like Jamming Jubilee has a much better performance than this one. So this one did okay, but I don't feel like it has the longevity that Jamming Jubilee has. So if you want a sweet berry type of jam type of bar that's going to last a good while in your warmers, then I would recommend Jamming Jubilee. But I like both of them. So, I mean, I would recommend both of them. But if you had to choose between the two, I guess I would still choose Jamming Jubilee. But I do like that this one has a slight blueberry note. So if you love blueberry as much as I do, I think you would really enjoy this one. So I meant to bring this out here, but I do have a body spray from Bath & Body Works. And I'll try to take a picture and put it here because I can't remember what it's called. But it smells very, very similar to this. And I want to say maybe it's called Firecracker Pop or something like that. But it smells very, very similar to this. So if you are a fan of that fragrance from Bath & Body Works, you would probably really love this. I will try to put a picture here, like I said, because I'm not sure if I'm right or not, or I will correct myself here on the screen. But anytime I wear that body spray, I think of this fragrance. So this one's nice. I also have Best in Snow. And this is a pretty old bar. I only have one cube left, and you can see that it is discolored. I have another bar here that is just as old. It's a flat bottom, and you can see how discolored this bar gets as it sits. But I feel like it still smells the same. Maybe slightly not as strong, but it's still very minty. The description for this one says, frosted evergreen, cool mint, and a breath of pure icy air posed together in a prize-winning winter snapshot. So this fragrance came out in 2020, so it was new in the fall-winter catalog for 2020, and I've always really loved this one. It is very minty. It's very cool smelling, very winter air smelling. So if you like fragrances like that, I would definitely recommend giving this one, a chance, because there is a lot of coolness here. So there's definitely a cool mint. There is almost a slight spearmint on the bottom that I can smell here, but I don't really smell that when it warms. There is like this frosted evergreen, but it's kind of in the background. I don't feel like that is the main thing in this bar. I feel like mostly what you smell is this icy, minty, wintry scent. But I don't feel like it really smells, like a dentist or anything like that. Sometimes the really peppermint type of scents, or the scents that have a lot of mint to them, they can smell kind of like the dentist, but this one doesn't. I feel like this one just definitely smells wintry. So I've always liked this one for winter. I don't know whether to add this one to my club. I still have a couple of these bars and they are in this kind of shape. They still smell good when they're warming, but I don't know if I need more of this one just because I don't use it that often. So I may put this in a club that I can just keep pushing out, and maybe in the future when I run out of this one, I can get some more because I really do like the fragrance. It's just, I really only warm this one around January and February. But this one is really, really pretty. So if you like minty fragrances, icy fragrances, I would give that one a chance. Okay, so this next one here is called Black Currant and Plum. And it's this beautiful color. And the description of this one says, dark plum and wild black currant emboldens sweet apple for a temptation you won't want to resist. And this was a new fall and winter fragrance back in 2022. And I am so excited that this one is back because I chose not to add this one to my club. I was really having a hard time about whether kicking this one out of my club or adding it. And I deleted this one from my club and I have regretted it since then. I think this is an absolutely beautiful fragrance. I think it's even more beautiful in scent circles. So if I can ever get my hands on some more scent circles, I will definitely grab some of those. The scent circles had even more of like an apple type of note and like a slight sweetness, and they were absolutely gorgeous. So this scent right here has some apple, it has some plum. It mentions black currant, which sometimes I don't really like the scent of currant, but in this one, it just smells like a deep, wintry type of fragrance. I don't know how another way to describe it, really. It almost has a cozy type of feel for me. I feel like this is a fantastic bedroom fragrance. And I wouldn't say that this is a very strong bar. I will say that. I feel like it struggles out here in the open concept. So usually if I warm this fragrance, I use it in the bedroom. So for that reason, if I add it to my club, I will probably only add one, even though I absolutely adore this fragrance. I wish that it was just slightly stronger so that it could warm and be better out here in this open area. But there's something about it. I think it's the mixture of like the plum and the apple, but then there's almost an ever so slightly masculine type of like leaning slightly, just barely there in the background. And I really love that about it. So this one is really, really nice. So the next bar that I have here is Black Forest Pine. And this is a bar that I have from back when it was a scent of the month. The description for this one says it has dark fir balsam, it has pepper tangerine, and it has an air of smoked vanilla. And this one is very, very nice. I love this one. I'm not the biggest fan of tree woodsy type fragrances, but all of my customers love this one. I know a lot of people love this one. I think what makes this one unique is that air of smoked vanilla. It is a very deep woodsy type of fragrance. I can almost smell something that smells slightly like mint, just barely with this one. But I do like this one. I feel like this is a great one to mix with just because I'm not someone who would typically just warm a woodsy type of fragrance like this by itself, especially one that is this strong. I feel like this is a very strong fragrance. I feel like I need something else in my space, either a fruity type of scent along with this or something slightly sweet. But this one is absolutely gorgeous. I feel like if you love pine fragrances, if you love woodsy fragrances, this one is a must try, definitely. There's one other one here that I feel like is also a must try, and it is the sweet orange and evergreen. There might be one other one, but that one for sure is also another favorite that pretty much all of my customers love. So Black Forest Pine and also the sweet orange and evergreen. Okay, the next one that I have here is called Black Raspberry Frosting. This was from the Scentspirations collection when they did that for the Black Raspberry Vanilla Bar. And I love that whole collection. I am a huge fan of Black Raspberry Vanilla. I love that scent. I think it's just a classic. Love it. But I also really loved this Scentspirations collection. The only one that I didn't really care for was the Black Raspberry Woods, I believe it was. But I think my favorite out of all of them was this Black Raspberry Frosting. So I do have this old bar here, and I purchased one more. So this is a new one. This is the one that Scentsy just sent me. And I just wanted another one just because I have been warming this one and I just remembered how much I absolutely love it. So I don't know why I kicked this one from my club. I'm going to add this one back to my club for sure. The description says whipped marshmallow and buttercream sweeten rich dark berries. So they did this Scentspirations collection last year, I believe it was at some point. And this scent, as it has sat, has gotten even better. It smells so good. It smells so good. There is kind of like a sour, tart type of note here, but I really like that about it. It's that same kind of like sour kind of note, kind of that's in the Black Raspberry Vanilla Bar that I really like. It's like a tartness. So there's definitely sweetness here. I wouldn't necessarily say that I smell a whole lot of marshmallow, but I can definitely smell this buttercream. I can smell like a frosting type of note. And then I can smell that black raspberry. So I am often doing that a lot with my bars. I am mixing fruity bars with bakery type bars. There is a bar in here that's called whipped frosting. I've had that one in my club. I like mixing that one with fruity type of bars. So I feel like this bar is already mixed for me and I really like the way that it smells. I think it's a pretty okay performer. It did fine out here. I think it does better like in a smaller space, a bedroom, something like that. But I don't really care. I like the fragrance enough that I'm willing to put up with that. I think it still did okay. I just think it would do better in a smaller space. So if you like sweet, fruity type of bars, I think you would like this one. It's not really bakery, I wouldn't say, because there's no kind of like cookie note or anything like that here, but there is the frosting note. I definitely think if I wanted to mix this one with a bar like King Cake or something like that, it would smell even better. It would smell even more like a bakery type of bar, but I have not tried that yet. So here is my new one and here's my old one, and I will definitely enjoy those and then decide how many I want to add to my club. And then here is the Black Raspberry Linen. So this one was also in that collection. This one, the description says, fresh dark berries bring vibrance to warm linen. And this one was okay. I mean, I did like this one. I didn't like it enough to add it to my club, but I do like it. I'm not someone who normally warms a lot of laundry, linen, cotton type of fragrances. I don't really have somewhere where I can put a warmer in my laundry room, but I do have a bathroom that is near my laundry room. So sometimes I will warm laundry type of fragrances there. But I do like this one. This is an older bar, so this one has been sitting, and I feel like it smells way better here than it did when I first got it, back when this collection was available. I felt like it was kind of light. I felt like it smelled kind of odd, but it was still good. There was something about it with the two blending, but I feel like now that it's had time to kind of sit, the notes have blended together better. There's still a linen type of scent here. It definitely smells like laundry, like linen, but a sweet, fruity, not an overly sweet, but there's like a fruity type of note here in the background. I really like this. I would like to try this in some whiffs. I wish they would have made this in whiffs. I'm going to have to warm this again because I really like this. I'm not sure I might have like 1 or 2 laundry type of scents in my club, but I might have to compare some bars that I have in my club and see if I want to keep this one or kick any other ones out. I used to have Pima Cotton in my club, and I kicked that one out not too long ago, so I don't have that one anymore just because I never reached for it. So that's the only thing, is I'm afraid that I wouldn't reach for this bar, but I do think this smells really nice. I think this would be beautiful in a bedroom. So I need to warm this again. The next one that was in that collection is called Black Raspberry Sangria. And I really, really loved this one as well. This one says juicy dark berries and vibrant orange with a splash of fruit nectar. So my husband really liked this one. This one was probably the strongest, if I remember correctly, in that collection. There is a slight sharpness with this one. I remember smelling a lot of orange with this one on warm. So I can smell the orange here, but when this one was warming, I could smell a good bit of that vibrant orange that it's talking about. And then you've got like the dark berries mixed with it. This one is very, very nice. If you like dark berries and you like orange type scents, you like really fruity scents, darker type of fruity scents, this one was good and it was strong. This one was a good one. Now this is the Black Raspberry Woods. This is the one that I just was not too sure about. The description says, deep forest woods shade wild dark berries. Yeah, I'm not 100% about this one. I don't really know what exactly this smells like, because it says deep forest woods, dark berries. There's an odd note with this one, and I can't explain what it is. It's definitely different. I don't really smell a lot of berries with this one. And I also don't smell a whole lot of woods with this one. In a way, this one smells slightly like some sort of body care, slightly. Like it smells kind of feminine. But this bar has also been sitting for a little bit, and I can't remember what this smelled like when this was new in the collection. But I just don't like this one. So this one was not for me. If this one was one of your favorites, if you could comment below and let us know exactly what it smells like, because I really don't remember, but I know that I didn't like this one. So the next bar that I have here is called Blackberry Meringue, and this is a pretty old bar that I have. And I've used just a little bit of this one. This one says blackberry, sugared fig, black plum, and a pinch of ground spice mingle deliciously in this to die for sensory dessert. This was available in 2024 as a Bring Back My Bar. Now, I really did not like this one on cold. I have tried this one so many times because I want to like it. I really do. But there is something in this one that keeps me from loving it. There's something in this one that gives me a headache every time I warm it. And I don't know if maybe it's the fig, because I'm not very familiar with fig. I know that Scentsy doesn't do a whole lot of bars with fig in it. Or possibly, maybe it's the blackberry, but I usually like blackberry fragrances. I don't know. There's something here that just makes this bar seem kind of heavy when it's in the warmers. And I don't know what it is. It kind of did the same thing to me that coconut does to me, even though I don't smell any coconut with this bar. So I don't know what it is. I do think it's pretty. I have let other people smell this one, and they do think that it is a pretty scent. So if the description sounds like something that you would be interested in, I would say just give it a try. If I remember correctly, it was pretty strong. I only did half a cube in my bathroom, and that definitely scented the space enough, and it was heavy and enough for me to know that I didn't like it. Okay, the next one that I have here is called Blizzard Berry. And this is a bar that used to be in my club. So the packaging that is on this bar was something that they did for this bar. And I don't know if they're still sending out Blizzard Berry bars that look like this, or if the packaging has changed. Because this bar used to be in my club. It was in my club for a really long time. And then I took it out of my club a while back. So I don't know what they look like now. But I am so thankful that this bar is back. I don't know what I was thinking when I removed this from my club. I was so sad when this just never came back. I just always thought that this would come back as like a holiday brick or something like that, because I do have a couple of bricks of this. And then I think we had a flash sale at some point and I grabbed a couple bricks, but it is an absolutely amazing fragrance. I wasn't warming it enough to really keep it in my club. I think that's why I removed it, because I just assumed that it would come back and I needed to warm through some of the ones that I had, because it does get slightly sweaty, as you can see there. So it does get slightly sweaty, but it still smells the same in the warmers. But I will say that this is not a powerhouse fragrance or anything like that. This is definitely a softer berry, but there's nothing else like this one that I can think of. I have always loved blizzard berry, and it's a scent that it does remind me of winter. It does remind me of the holidays, because that's typically when I mostly warm it. But I feel like if you didn't know the name was blizzard berry, I feel like the scent itself, you could really warm this anytime throughout the year, because it is a beautiful berry fragrance. The description says, bursts of frosted winter berry and clementine zest are sprinkled with sparkling sugar crystals. And when these bricks came out, it was the holiday bricks for 2018. And I just remember falling head over heels for this scent. It wasn't a very overpowering, in-your-face fragrance, which I do appreciate that with my scents. Sometimes I just don't want them to be really heavy. I don't want them to be really powerful, which it's still a good performing scent. Don't get me wrong. It's just not as strong as some other ones. So I just want to caution you for that. If you're looking for a powerhouse, this may not be the one, but it is still such an absolutely gorgeous scent that it definitely deserves a chance. It is so pretty. If you like winter berry type of fragrances, it does mention clementine zest, which I can smell something kind of like that in the background, but it's mostly a berry, but it smells like a winter type of berry, but in a soft, pretty type of way. It's really nice. So this one is going back in my club, absolutely, for sure. So the next one on the list is called Blonde Wood and Moonflower, and I do not have that bar. So the description for this one, it says it has warm wood, it has amber, it has moonflower, it has white roses, it has upturned lilies, and it says that it's a magical fragrance. So if you've been watching my channel, you know why I didn't get that one. I don't know if I've ever smelled this one. I feel like I have smelled it before, but I can't remember. But the fact that it mentions wood and it also mentions amber, it mentions roses, it mentions lilies, I just feel like that's not a fragrance for me. So I just didn't even want to get a bar of it to even smell. But if it's something that you are familiar with, I would love for you to comment down below and just tell me what it smells like to you and if it's one of your favorites. I'm really funny about rose scents, but maybe with this one having a lot of things mixed together, sometimes when things are balanced like that and things are mixed together, sometimes I really do like scents like that. The next one is called Blooming Marvelous. This one was available not too long ago. So this was May scent of the month for last year, for 2024. It says spring blossoms dance in the sun alongside ripened red currant and gentle hints of golden amber. So this is just not a scent for me, honestly, just because, again, of the amber, just because it has some floral notes. I think it's absolutely beautiful, but when this warms, it has that amber type of note that comes out that gives me a headache. I don't know what it is about that. Sometimes I don't notice it as bad in warmers, but it's definitely in this one. So if you like the scent of amber, I think you would like this one. I don't think it's as strong of a bar as sometimes amber bars are and as sometimes floral bars from Scentsy are. So I feel like it is kind of softer, but that is definitely still here. I feel like this one smells more perfumey. I feel like it smells more feminine and perfumey than it does necessarily like floral or flowers. It mentions ripened red currant, but I wouldn't necessarily say that I smell that. I feel like I smell like maybe some type of the spring blossoms that it's talking about with this amber. But the amber is the main thing you smell. It smells like body care and like a perfumey type of note. So if that's what you like, then this one is a good one to try. Okay, so this next one is called Bloomin' Beach. It's like that. This one is a flat bottom, and this one is getting pretty oily here, and this one is so strong, you guys. This is not my kind of fragrance, okay? I don't even know why this was in my stash. Honestly, I need to gift this one to someone who likes floral, like my mother-in-law, because this is so strong. This is a powerhouse. This scent says, the surf's up and the sun's out as notes of beach roses and blush peony join sea jasmine to usher in the fun. So if you like the scent of rose, I think you would absolutely love this one. I don't think that it necessarily smells like a beach in any way. I think that there is maybe a very, very slight beachy type smell, but I can't get past the roses and the floral notes in this one. There might be a very, very slight sunscreen type of note in the very, very background, but there's so much rose to it, but it is a really, really beautiful rose. So if you like the scent of rose, I feel like you would like this one. It does mention peony, which I usually love, and I also usually love jasmine, but I can smell the peony, but I cannot smell jasmine in this bar. So rose and the peonies, and I don't smell any saltiness like from the beach or anything like that. This is very, very floral. So if you like those really loud floral bars that are going to be like powerhouse and strong, this one is a good one to try. Okay, the next one here is called Blue Agave and Melon. And I have a little bit left of this one. The description of this one says, a sweet desert oasis lush with blue agave, honeydew, melon, and kiwi. And I really like this one. I am contemplating adding this one to club. I cannot decide about this because this, in my opinion, is a really strong bar, but it's because there is a slight sharpness here. And I'm not sure if it's coming from the agave or if it's coming from possibly the kiwi. I don't think it's the honeydew, but I can't tell if it's coming from the kiwi or the agave, but it definitely smells slightly aquatic and very, very fruity. And there's like a high-pitched sharpness with this one. And there's some sweetness there. It is really, really pretty. You can smell like the honeydew melon. So I feel like, I know there are some people who don't like the smell of melon. I don't feel like it's overpowering here, but you can smell it on warm. So, but this one is unique. I really like this one. I have this one in some hand soap and I really, really enjoy it in the hand soap. I have maybe 1 or 2 bottles of that left and I usually pull those out in the summer. And it's just a really nice fragrance. So I'm contemplating adding this one to club. I don't know. I'm going to warm another cube or 2 of it and see what I think. Okay, the next one here is Blue Sage and Tonka. And this bar I have is pretty old. I do like this one. The description says, revel in the richness of midnight sage and black lavender over the sultry sweetness of tonka bean. And this was a new scent back in the fall winter catalog of 2021. And I really did not like this scent when it first came out. It just wasn't in my wheelhouse of scents. I just don't normally gravitate towards scents like this that have sage. I do like lavender, but I feel like this sultry type of scent is just not one that I normally go for. But lately, I have really liked scents like this and trying new things. And I like this. Do I like it enough to add to club? I don't know, but I'm thinking about creating another one and done club and grabbing a couple more bars of this because I don't have any more in my stash after I finish this one off. And I feel like I really like the lavender note in this one. I feel like when this one first came out and I was warming it, I just didn't give this one enough of a chance because I normally really love lavender bars. I think this one would be absolutely beautiful in a bedroom, bathrooms. It's so pretty. It's not really feminine. It's not really masculine. I guess it would lean slightly more masculine in my opinion. But there's almost like an aquatic type edge to this one. And I don't know why I'm smelling that. I definitely think when it says a sultry, it definitely has like a sultry type of feel to it. I don't think that there's much sweetness here whatsoever. I don't feel like there's a whole lot of sage with this one either. I feel like sometimes I don't really get along well with sage type of bars. I feel like they can smell kind of sharp. There's no sharpness to this one whatsoever. If anything, this one is a really beautiful, cozy type of bar, and I'm really interested in giving this one another chance and maybe grabbing a couple more. So the next bar that I have here is called Breakfast in Bed. This is one of my most favorite bars of all time. It is absolutely delicious smelling. I was able to stock up on this one during a flash sale or from clearance at some point. So I was very thankful to be able to do that. And now I am very, very thankful to be able to add this one to my club. I don't need any right now just because I was able to stock up and I grabbed quite a few because I wasn't sure when it would be available again. So I'm going to put this one in my bakery club as well as put a couple in just a club that I can just push out until I need that in the future. Because I am going through these bars rather quickly, and now that I know that I can get more of them, I'm just going to use them as much as I want to use them because this is one of my favorite fragrances of all time. So the description says, wake up to a warm pumpkin pastry filled with black raspberry and topped by a sweet cinnamon drizzle. This was actually a new fragrance back in 2020, I believe, for the fall and winter catalog. And it is so amazing. It's amazing. I really don't smell a whole lot of pumpkin with this one. I definitely smell pastry. I definitely smell like this raspberry type of note. Definitely a lot of fruity type of notes here. I definitely can smell a slight cinnamon drizzle. I don't think it's overly spicy or overly cinnamon. I do think it's sweet, but I think there is some tartness to this one. It is just a very rich smelling bar. I love this one so much. There is just something about this. I could warm this every single day and never get tired of it. I do have a couple of friends that say they think that they smell a hint of coffee with this bar, which I guess would make sense if they called it breakfast in bed. Maybe they put some notes like that somewhere, but I don't smell anything like that. I just smell this beautiful pastry type of note with those beautiful fruity raspberry notes with some slight cinnamon here. It smells so good. This one is one of my favorites, and I cannot wait to add a couple of these to my club and just warm this as much as I want to now. The next one that I have here is called Bright Cider Life. And the description for this one says, spiced harvest cider comes to life with luscious pumpkin and a slice of red apple. This was from the Harvest Collection in 2020. I don't know if it's came back again since then, but I used to have this in my club and I took it out a while back. And I do love this scent. I have it in some hand soap. I have actually some of the hand soap that I just finished in this scent. And it's just a very, very sweet fragrance. I think I kind of got tired of it when I had it in my club before. And now I took a break from it because I still have some bars in my stash, but I was kind of hoarding them because I knew that I couldn't get it again. But now that I know that I can add it to club, I'm really struggling on whether I want to add this one or not because I don't love it as much as I used to. I think this is a fantastic bar to try if you love fall bars, if you like really sweet bars, if you like apple type of bars. I feel like you can definitely smell the apple here. I don't really smell any pumpkin. So if you don't normally like pumpkin bars, I wouldn't be afraid of this one. This one is more apple. This is definitely apple, and it's definitely cider. It's definitely sweet though. You would have to like sweet bars. And then I don't feel like it's overly spicy. I feel like it's definitely got more sweetness than it's got any type of cinnamon or spice here. But there is some spices. I feel like they're more gentle spices. So this is a beautiful fragrance. I feel like if you've not tried this before, I would definitely give it a try if you like fragrances like that. Me personally, I just can't decide what to do because I have so many other bars. Honestly, I think I prefer apple and oats over this one because I was trying to kind of compare bars earlier and what I was going to leave in club and what I'm adding to club, what I'm taking out of club. And I think I'm going to gravitate more towards apple and oats just because it's more spices than a bar like this, whereas this one's more sweet. But this one is also more fruity. It's got more of like that fruity apple type of note. So I can appreciate that. Like I do think it's absolutely beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful in the hand soap. So I can't decide what to do. But this one is definitely a winner. I think it's not a powerhouse by any means, but it definitely did just fine out here in the open concept. And I don't know, this one's a great one to try. The next bar is called a brownie batter. And it looks like this. This is a really, really old bar. You can see it is really, really juicy. So this one needs to be used. I found this in a hoarding tote because this is the last bar that I have of brownie batter. And I just did not want to be without it. And it still smells the same. It looks terrible, but it still smells exactly the same. So brownie batter says, rich, heavenly notes of baked brownie, cocoa powder, and vanilla bean will set the stage for some serious cravings. This was a new fall and winter fragrance back in 2019, and I signed up in 2017. And so I just remember when this one came out, and I was just absolutely in love with it because I didn't so much like it by itself. This is a lot of chocolate. This is a lot of chocolate. It's definitely brownie. It's not really something I would warm by itself, but it just opened up my eyes to mixing bars back then when this came out because I was mixing it with all kinds of things that I wanted to add chocolate to. So this bar I am probably going to add to club, but only just to be able to get a couple in my stash. I could just go ahead and just grab a couple to put in my stash, but I think I'm just going to put it in my club because I don't want them to get juicy like this by stocking up. I would rather just get one of them every so often because if I'm going to be using it for mixing, it's going to take me a while to go through a whole bar. But I think this is perfect for mixing with, you know, all kinds of bakery type of bars that I have. I think mixing this with strawberry bars to do like a chocolate type of strawberry scent. I can't wait for that. So I am excited to be able to warm through this really old bar that I have and grab a couple more of these. The next bar that I have here is called Bubblegum Blast. And this is one that I ordered on my one and done club. So I just got this one the other day. I didn't have any of this one in my stash. And I don't really remember what this one smells like. Oh yeah, this one is good. Okay, Bubblegum Blast is amazing. Oh my gosh, that smells so good. It smells exactly like the pink bubble gum. I'm trying to remember what the name of that gum is called, but it's the pink bubble gum in like the little wrapper. But there is another scent that is called, there's another bar that's called, I think it's just called bubble gum. So I have those. I had that in my club before because my husband really liked that one, but it is definitely more of a pink bubble gum with mint. So if you want like a minty bubble gum, then that bar is called bubble gum. This bar is called Bubblegum Blast. This one is definitely more of just like a regular fruity pink bubble gum. This is so good. This one says, the description says, a perfect pop of bright orange, juicy cherry, and sweet vanilla. Well, that really doesn't do it justice. I mean, it smells like bubble gum. So it smells like vanilla. It doesn't really smell like orange. It doesn't really smell like cherry. You can definitely smell like the vanilla type of notes here, but it smells like bubble gum. A very kid type of fragrance. And I think that this used to be in the kids line of fragrances back when it was available before. I don't know that I would warm this one that often, but I think my husband and I would really like this, you know, around Easter, probably spring, something like that. So I will probably just grab a couple of these. I don't think that I will add it to my club, but I think this smells really, really good. This one's really nice. I don't know. I'm going to have to warm it because if I fall in love with it when it's warming, then I might have to add it to club. I don't remember this one on warm. I don't know how it does, but it smells pretty strong here. I don't know how it's going to do in this open concept. It smells pretty strong. It's not as strong as bubblegum. So this is Bubblegum Blast. The bubblegum fragrance that has the mint in it is a powerhouse. It will blow you out of the house. So if you are looking for a minty bubblegum, look for the one that's just called bubblegum. Okay, the next one I have here is called Buckleberry. This one is another favorite of mine. I was able to stock up on this one during a flash sale or a clearance sale at some point, and this is just an amazing bar. It is amazing. I don't know why I ever removed this one from my club. I think it's just because I had a stockpile of them and I wasn't using them that often. So I decided to take it out thinking that this would come back one day, and then it really didn't. But it is so good. It is such a fantastic performing bar. The description says, a bite of summer's bounty, bursting fresh berries atop a buttery blanket of crumbly coffee cake. So this came back in 2022 for Bring Back My Bar, but this is a very, very strong bar. So if you like fruity fragrances, it is a strong performing bar, but I think you have to be okay with some bakery because it does have some bakery notes here. It does mention coffee cake, and coffee cake doesn't smell like coffee. You know, it smells just kind of like a cake, slightly buttery type of note here when it's warming. I'm pretty sure that coffee cake has like some slight spices, but when this warms, I really don't smell anything spicy. This is just the most beautiful fruity scent. I cannot explain it. It's definitely like dark berries. It's definitely a rich type of fragrance. It's definitely heavier than some other fruity type of bars that you have. So I think this one is probably more perfect for fall, winter, those type of times. But I warm this all throughout the year. I have a very open basement downstairs that we have finished, and I'm all the time warming this one down there just because it lasts for days and it scents the whole space. It scents the whole entire space down there, no problem. It definitely kind of like travels. And it's just absolutely beautiful. So I feel like it's more fruity than it is bakery, but there's still a slight bakery edge to this one because I do have some friends that do not like bakery bars. And so they don't like this one just because it does have a slight bakery note in there, but it is still gorgeous. So this one I think is a must try or must smell if you like dark berry type of scents. The next one I have here is called Bundle Up. Looks like that. This says, sandalwood blanketed in bright mandarin on soft pillows of vanilla orchid. This was from the holiday collection last year for 2024. And I remember smelling this one. I mean, I remember this one just comparing it to Cozy Cardigan. That's exactly what it smells like to me. Maybe a slightly brighter version of Cozy Cardigan. It was very, very soft when it came out last year. So I definitely feel like it has cured. I feel like it's much stronger than it was last year, but this is still a very soft, cozy type of fragrance. The same way kind of like Cozy Cardigan is. It is really, really nice. It's not really a scent for me because I feel like Cozy Cardigan, I prefer cashmere and corduroy. So if I'm going to choose between Cozy Cardigan and cashmere and corduroy, I prefer cashmere and corduroy. But if those are your type of scents that you like, because that's still not typically a scent that I would reach for a lot, then I would say give this one a try because to me, it has the same kind of vibe. It smells the same. And so unless you just really love those type of fragrances, and you're used to warming those type of fragrances, maybe you can smell major differences between them because I can smell like this vanilla. I can smell the sandalwood. I can slightly smell some mandarin, but it is like way in the background. It's making it slightly brighter, but still just very cozy and very soft. And it's really pretty. It's just not for me. I think it would be pretty for bedrooms though. I just have other scents that I like better. Okay, the next one here is Butter Pecan. And this is another one of my favorites. This is a bar that I was able to get off of a clearance sale. Might have been a flash sale, but I was able to get this recently. The description for this one says, if fall had a flagship fragrance, this blend of candied pecan and maple folded with butter would be a strong contender. It's definitely got pecan and nutty notes here. It definitely has a lot of butter. And there is also a significant amount of like a vanilla type of base scent here. It's almost too much like vanilla for me, but that's here kind of on cold. I feel like when it warms, the butter and the pecan notes and all of that blends really well with the vanilla, and it's just absolutely beautiful. It is very buttery, very nutty, very beautiful. This is a great performing bar for me. I love mixing this one. I will warm this one by itself, but I love mixing this one with all kinds of other bakery scents, especially if I want to add, you know, the pecan notes. So I'm glad this one's back. This one is definitely going to be going in my club for sure. Okay, the next one that I have here is called Butterscotch Brittle. Now, I don't have a bar of this. I still have my Christmas brick from last year of this Butterscotch Brittle. And you can see I haven't used much of this one. I do not like this fragrance. The description says, a sprinkle of crushed peppermint brings a festive flair to decadent butterscotch, buttery caramel, and creamy vanilla. Yep, it still smells exactly like I remember it. This brick is just completely ridiculous. It just is kind of strange. It doesn't smell terrible here on cold, but when I warmed it, I remember this being just, there was like this really smoky, weird type of note. There was also this minty note. There was like a butterscotch, weird, buttery type of note. The notes themselves were not bad. It was just the mixture of them. It didn't work for me. I don't feel like it's a fragrance that I want to smell again. But, you know, if you want to try something unique, this one was definitely different. But there was a smokiness here, and I don't think that's mentioned. It doesn't really mention anything smoky, but I definitely smelled something kind of like toasty and smoky with this one. You can definitely smell some slight butteriness. I don't feel like there's a whole lot of brittle here. Like with it saying butterscotch brittle, you would think you would smell a lot of butterscotch or brittle, and I really don't think you do. I feel like you smell a good bit of the mint, and then I feel like there's a smoky, toasty type of note, but that kind of overpowers the butterscotch and the brittle. So this one is a no for me. I'm definitely not adding it to club, but it was definitely different. It was definitely different. The next bar that I have here is called Cactus Flower Lime. This one was just recently available for the Bring Back My Bar for July of this year. The description says, Zen beckons like a siren's song from this crisp, meditative blend of lime mist, water lotus, green tea, and delicate aloe leaf. And this bar is so strong. It is just so sharp and so strong. Here on cold, it was strong in the warmers, but it is just extremely sharp. I think that's what makes it smell so strong to me. This is so high-pitched and clean smelling. You would really have to like the smell of lime. You would really have to like really sharp type of smells like that. Lemon verbena is in here somewhere, and I feel like if you are a fan of lemon verbena and scents like that are really strong and almost really zingy and high-pitched and clean, you would probably really like this fragrance. It does kind of have like, it mentions meditative, it mentions zen. It does kind of have like a spa-like kind of quality to it, but in a very clean type of way and a very strong, sharp type of way. So not cozy or anything like that by any means. Definitely very clean, very sharp. But I did have this in my club at one point, and I think I deleted it just because I couldn't decide whether I wanted to keep it. I have a couple of bars because I did stock up on them. I feel like, you know, if I just wanted the house to smell extremely clean, or if I had an odor in the house that I wanted to cut through, this is a fantastic bar for that. I don't feel like I need this in my club because I feel like a bar would last me a really long time. but I do think the fragrance is nice. I actually like this a lot more on warm than I thought that I would. I thought it would just be too powerful for me, but in the warmers it came together and it just smelled really clean and it was beautiful. So I did like it. So the next one that I have here is called Cake Me to Paradise. And the description says, a sweet cake infused with juicy orange and island rum will whisk you away to paradise. Now, I cannot remember if they had put this one in the bakery category, but it's not an overly bakery type of fragrance. You can definitely smell like a light vanilla, fluffier type of cake possibly in the background. But I feel like there is the citrus notes with this one. I feel like there is a slight tropical edge. There's like some fruitiness you've got mixed in with all of this. It definitely mentions some juicy orange, which I feel like I don't really smell a whole lot of orange, to be honest with you. I feel like I might smell like maybe some mango. I smell something slightly more tropical with it. But I can definitely smell the vanilla cake here. It's just very, this one is very unique. This is a different type of bakery. If you are not usually a fan of bakery type of fragrances, you might be able to warm something like this if you are sometimes okay with it, because it's not overly bakery. It's not a heavy, very rich type of bakery type scent, like I said, because it's got some citrus notes here. It's also got like some tropical notes. It's definitely different. I haven't warmed this one in quite a while. When I warmed it, I mean, I thought it was an okay performer. I don't think it was like a powerhouse or overly strong. I think it did okay out here in the open concept, but I just don't know what to feel about it. Like, I feel like it's such a different scent. I really love my bakery scents, and I really like citrus and fruity type scents as well. I really like the scent of mango, and this is kind of like all of that in one. And I just don't know that I love it. I need to rewarm this. That's what I need to do, because I don't know if I need more of this one. I definitely don't think I'm going to be adding this one to club, but I would want to grab maybe 1 or 2 more bars of it. Okay, another bar that I have here is called Candied Cranberry Pecan. This is one of my favorite bars of all time. I am so glad that this bar is back. This is a really, really old bar. I think I might have maybe 1 or 2 more bars left. It is so, so good. It is so good. This is absolutely beautiful. Okay, so it says classic cranberries and pecans are sweetened by sugar cane and a ribbon of brandied plum. This is a lot of cranberry. You really have to like cranberry to like this one. There is the nutty pecan type of note, which does come out more when it's in the warmers. But there's a lot of cranberry, and the cranberry that's in this one reminds me a lot of Very Merry Cranberry. So if you like the bar Very Merry Cranberry and you kind of want a bar that smells like that mixed with kind of like pecans, this is similar to that. It is so good. It's not, there is some sweetness here, but there's also like a sour tartness mixed in it with it as well. It's very good. I love this one. This is a great performer, honestly. I wouldn't say that it really goes past probably 20, 24 hours, but as far as strength, it definitely did perfectly fine out here in the open concept, because I just recently warmed some out here because I wanted to see if it's as good as I remember. And it is. So I did order some more of this one. So I only ordered one. I grabbed a brand new one. So I'll smell that one here with you. It looks exactly the same as this one. I mean, this one I've had for a really long time, and you can see it's not juicy or anything. So it does last a long time if you want to stock up on it. And I feel like the new one doesn't smell quite as strong, honestly, but it smells exactly the same. So this is definitely a good bar that saves, because I've had this for a really long time. It smells so good. Very, very good. Very, very cranberry, very fruity with some pecan. So even though I feel like this is, you know, like a bakery type of fragrance, there's no cake note, there's no like pastry type of notes with this one that really I can smell. I feel like it's very sweet and tart, but I also feel like this is a lighter type of bakery scent, kind of like the Cake Me to Paradise. Like if you don't normally like bakery scents, but you're kind of okay with them sometimes, and you want to try one, I feel like this is a safe one to try because it is absolutely beautiful. But you would definitely have to like Cranberry. Okay, so I did have to step away just for a little bit, but I am back now. It is pretty late here and my husband is in the bed. So I'm going to try to talk a little softer and talk just a little bit faster so I can try to get through all these bars. I'm pretty sure that where I left off, the next one is Candy Apple. And this was a brick at one point. This was previously called Winter Candy Apple, and then it also came out in 2023 as a holiday brick. So I guess when it came out in those holiday bricks, they renamed it to Candy Apple. I'm not 100% sure. That was the first time that I had smelled it, is when it was in those bricks. And I did like this scent. I liked it a lot. I contemplated adding this one to my club. I'm a really big fan of apple. I usually like pretty much any apple that Scentsy does. I honestly feel like this smells a lot like the Bath and Body Works apple scent that they have around the holidays. I forgot the name of it. I'll try to put the name here if I can remember. It's some kind of winter candy apple fragrance. This reminds me of that a little bit. It does have a sweetness to it. It does have a tartness to it. It's definitely a green apple, kind of like a candy apple. I don't think I'm going to add this one to club though, just because I have so many other fragrances that I love. This one doesn't have any spices in it. It doesn't have anything like that. Honestly, I could almost argue that this is more of a spring type of apple. It's still a sweet apple, so I guess you could use it for holiday or spring, but just because it's this green apple, it reminds me of something that I would lean more so to warm in spring, early summer, just because the holidays and fall and all of that, I usually warm all kinds of apples that have spices and things like that. But I do like this one. I like it. It's okay. I prefer Apple Teeny Splash. I wish that one would have returned instead of this candy apple. Apple Teeny Splash is an amazing performer, and it is definitely a very sweet spring type of apple. And I really am hoping that one returns at some point or goes into clearance so that I can add some to my club or stock up on them, because I really have fallen in love with that fragrance. It's beautiful. So I definitely prefer that over this one, but this one is a good scent. Okay, the next bar that I have here is called Candy Crave. And this is an older bar that I have. So it's been sitting for quite a while, and honestly, I do like to let Candy Crave sit whenever I get them, just because they really are a softer type of fragrance, and I feel like it needs just a little bit of time to cure, but honestly, it never really gets any stronger than what it is. It's just meant to be a soft fragrance, and so for that reason, I really love this scent, but I always remove it from my club just because it just, I don't get the performance that I need out of it here in this house, just because we have the tall ceilings and it's an open concept. It is nice for bedrooms. It is nice for bathrooms. It's nicer for small rooms. The description for this one says, just the sweet stuff, raspberry sorbet, cotton candy, and fluffy marshmallow. And it really is a very pretty, sweet cotton candy type of fragrance. It smells like candy. My husband really likes sweet scents like this, so he obviously loves this one. It's just not very strong, and so I'm always using more wax with this one just to be able to smell it. But I really do like the scent. I just wish it was a little bit stronger. So I have a couple of these. I might do another one and done club before the end of the month just to stock up on a couple of these, because I don't think I'm going to add this one to club, even though I really do love this one. I do love this scent. The next bar here is Candy Dandy. And I have talked about this one recently because this one came back in July of this year, 2025, for Bring Back My Bar. The description for this one says, almost sweet enough to eat. Kids will go gaga for this delicious candy-scented concoction of mango, lemon drops, and creamy vanilla. And I do love this one too. This is such a pretty scent. It is so beautiful. I can definitely smell the lemon here. I can smell the candy type sweet scent with it. It's just so soft. And it's the same issue as the Candy Crave. I can't get it to perform in this house unless I really put it in a smaller room or a bedroom. And I would prefer to warm a scent like this out here in my open concept as well. And if I did that, I would have to use way more wax than I normally do. But I do like it. I always stock up on a couple of these and then, remove it from my club because it's just the performance with this one. So same thing with the Candy Crave. I do let this one sit. This right here is a newer bar of Candy Crave, and it is still lighter than the one that I've had that's been sitting for a little bit. So I usually let this one cure for a little bit as well. Okay, so the next bar that I have here I'm really excited about. This is a caramel praline cake. Like this. This is an older bar of this one. The description says sweet praline and a splash of buttery vanilla covered in caramel drizzle. This one is very similar to king cake. So I do have king cake in my club, and this one you can definitely smell the cake. You can definitely smell the caramel here. I don't know which one I prefer between king cake and this. I'm gonna have to warm both of them and try to decide, do I just want to keep one or the other in my club, or do I really need both? Because I was very excited to see that this one came back because I have always loved this scent and sad that I didn't have it in my club. It's very buttery. It's got the caramel. It does have the cake. I think that king cake has more of a cake note, which is why I really love mixing king cake with other bars. I like making other bars more bakery mixing king cake, but this is also a great mixer. So I'm really going to have to compare them because I can't remember the performance. I mean, I know that this was a good performer, but I don't know about the performance compared to king cake. So I really want to warm them side by side and try to decide, do I need both in my club? Do I just need king cake? Because I don't think I could kick king cake out of my club. I really don't think I could because I really love that one. So it's just whether, do I need both or do I just need the one? But this one is beautiful. If you love bakery and you like caramel and you like cake scents, this one is a must try. So this next bar here is cashmere and corduroy. And the description for this one says that it is cozy, it has creamy vanilla, it has bergamot, it has cashmere, sandalwood. This is just a very cozy type of fragrance. And when I compare this one to another cozy type of fragrance like Cozy Cardigan, I think I mentioned that earlier, I prefer this one. I think this one is probably my favorite. I really, really like this one. I think it's a great performer. I think it just smells cozy and also pretty at the same time. And I don't think it's quite as soft as Cozy Cardigan. Like, I feel like this one is a better performer. But I think another reason why is because I really like the smell of bergamot. I like the smell of the bergamot that's in here mixed with the sandalwood. Yeah, it's really, really pretty. So if you're looking for a cozy type of fragrance, I feel like this one you could really use year round. But I think especially now and winter time, especially after Christmas, this is the perfect time to warm a scent like this. And I'm honestly surprised that this one was cut from the catalog. This one is a good one to try. Okay, so this next one I have here is called Cashmere Leaves. The description says, delicate falling leaves brush crisp apple with cashmere spice. This was from the 2023 Harvest Collection. So I did not love this scent when I first smelled it. It took me a little bit to get used to this one. And the more that I smell it, the more that it was reminding me of something, because when I first smelled it, I thought it smelled a little too earthy for me. I thought it smelled kind of woodsy. There was like a leaf note here, but the more that I warm this one and the more that I smell it, the more that I really, really love it. I can really smell the apple here. I can smell a little bit of spice, even though it is more of kind of like an earthy type of spice. it's not a traditional type of like red hot spice in my opinion, even though there is more spice in this one than I originally thought that there was. The more that I warm it, the more that I notice the spice, if that makes sense. There's definitely with that cashmere note, it has like a cozy type of feel to it. I don't know, this one is definitely more of a sophisticated type of scent than I thought that it was. And I actually really, really love it. I know that it's called Cashmere Leaves and it was originally part of the Harvest collection. And I think that's why I didn't necessarily really like it. It didn't really smell like a fall type of scent to me. It's slightly fall, but it smells more holiday. And so I couldn't figure out why until I was going through some bricks not too long ago and I was smelling this brick and realized that it is extremely similar to Cashmere Leaves. And this is one of my favorite bricks. This is a scent that I've been waiting for Scentsy to bring back. And honestly, if I would have known that Cashmere Leaves was as similar to this scent as it is, I would have definitely clubbed Cashmere Leaves. I just didn't make the connection when it first came out and I didn't fall in love with the scent. I didn't give it a chance. So this scent is called Crimson Berry Christmas. So this was a brick. I honestly can't remember when this came out, but I have used a little bit of it. I think I might have one more left. I've warmed a whole brick. I think I might have one more left. So I've been kind of hoarding it because I absolutely love this fragrance. I think it's absolutely gorgeous. I don't have the scent notes in front of me. I will put the scent notes on the screen, but it's definitely got some of the same type of notes here. I don't know if it says that it has apple in it because I can smell the apple in this bar, but I wouldn't say that I necessarily smell apple. I just smell that same type of cozy scent. I feel like this one is slightly more spicy. So if I could choose between the two, I would still choose the Crimson Berry Christmas. But since that one's not available, I really love this Cashmere Leaves and it reminds me of the holidays. And this is why. It's because I like to warm this scent around the holidays and this one reminds me of that so much. So if you're a fan of Crimson Berry Christmas, I would definitely recommend trying this one and give it a chance because when it's warming, there's definitely a similarity there. And it's really nice. Okay, the next scent I have here is Central Park Pralines. This one we just talked about not too long ago because this was also part of the July Bring Back My Bar for this year, for 2025. And the description says, a decadent confection of rich roasted pecans, buttery caramel, and cinnamon sugar. Absolutely gorgeous. Until we had the Bring Back My Bar that happened in July, I don't think I've smelled this scent. If I had, I didn't really remember it. So I fell in love with this one. So it's already in my club. I don't particularly like the way it smells here on cold. So if you do get this bar and you don't like the way it smells on cold, definitely just put it in your warmers and give it a chance because it smells so beautiful when it's warming. I feel like the pecan and the butter, the praline, everything comes together and it is a fantastic performer. It's rich, is beautiful. This is a different kind of bakery, in my opinion. It's not an overly sweet type of bakery. It's more of a buttery, rich bakery note. I feel like this is also a great mixer for some bars, just depending on what type of scent you want in the house. But I love this scent by itself. It is so beautiful. And honestly, when we had the Bring Back My Bar, I was trying to decide which one I liked more, either this or apple and oats, because I didn't want to have multiples of both in my club. I wanted to choose either or. And I thought that I would warm more of the apple and oats than I would of this one. But so I cut this one down. I cut the quantity of this one down and I left the apple and oats one at probably, I think it was like 2 in one of my clubs. But honestly, I've been reaching for this one because I stocked up on a couple of these bars and I really, really love this one. I thought that I would only warm this one around the holidays and fall because that's more what it kind of reminds me of, since it's such a rich, deep type of bakery. And I thought apple and oats I would warm more year round, which I will, but I also think I'm going to want this one year round. So I think while this is available, I'm going to go ahead and up the quantity to 2 in my club because I really, really love this one. Okay, the next bar that we have here is Cherry's Jubilee. And this scent came out in 2023 for the holiday collection, and then it came in the 2024 fall winter catalog last year. The description says black cherry simmered with raspberry and a refreshing burst of zesty lemon. And this one is really, really nice. If you have to like cherry to like this one. It's very, very cherry. And I feel like this one is definitely more of a lighter, fruitier cherry than some of the other cherry scents that we have available. And I do like this one. It's not my favorite out of all the ones that we have right now, but I do enjoy it. I think if you don't like spices, I think this one would be a great option. It does say that it has raspberry, and I feel like it's the raspberry and the cherry mixing together that makes this one just seem so fruity. I don't think that I really love this one enough to add it to my club, just because I have cherry vanilla already in my club. I have a bunch of cherry bars that I stocked up on. I have sugared cherry that I was able to grab. And even though I do love it, I don't love it as much as like the Hocus Pocus bar. It has like a cherry note in there. But this is really, really nice. If you don't like spices and you like a fruity type bar, I feel like this bar you could really warm it year round if you really wanted to. I don't think it's necessarily holiday specific. I think it leans that way, but I do think that this would be a great mixer bar. I think it would be pretty mixed with bakery type fragrances. It's really, really pretty. So the next bar that I have here is Cherry Chestnut. And the description says that it has warm black cherry. It says it's topped with roasted chestnuts, it has whipped vanilla, and it's a sweet and savory delight. And I do like this one. This one is definitely not my favorite. There's something about this one that I don't particularly care for. I think it's honestly the vanilla that I don't really care for in this one. It doesn't really smell like whipped vanilla to me. It smells more of like a heavier vanilla. So someone that loves vanilla, I'm sure that you would love that about it. I do think that this one smells better when it warms. So I think it smells a lot better when it's warming than it does here on cold. And it kind of comes together. I feel like it's richer, it's deeper. This one does smell more holiday to me. This one definitely smells more of like a winter type of cherry scent. I don't know if that's because it has like the nuttiness, it has like the roasted chestnuts. I can definitely smell something roasted here, but I think that's just me. I think I'm sensitive to sometimes roasted, toasted type of notes. And I don't know, this one is just not my favorite, but I know there's a lot of people out there that loves this one. I think honestly, if it wasn't for the vanilla, it was more like roasted chestnuts and the cherry, maybe even if it was pecan instead of chestnuts. I feel like maybe I prefer pecan nutty type of notes over chestnut, but I don't know. This one is nice. It's just definitely not one I'm going to add to club. Okay, the next one here is Cherry Clove Chutney. And this is a really old bar. This is a flat bottom bar. This one did come back in January. So this one came back in January this year, 2025, for Bring Back My Bar. And the description says crushed Bing cherries, cloves, and cinnamon. Now, I remember saying in that video how much I loved this bar. I used to vote for this bar to come back. I wanted this bar to come back so bad. And it's just not the same. Here, it smells more like the way I love it, the way that I'm used to it smelling. Because this is an older bar, so I feel like it smells more like it was meant to smell. It has more of the cloves and cinnamon, and maybe that's just because it has sat. But in January, when I got the new Bring Back My Bars, it didn't smell the same. It smelled very artificial. It didn't smell as spicy. You couldn't really smell the cloves. So even though I think that the bar is pretty, I really do, because you know I love cinnamon, I love cloves, and I love cherry. So it would make sense that I would love a bar like this. It's all those things put together. But I didn't add it to my club in January, and I'm not going to add it to my club now just because something is slightly different than these older bars that I had. They are much more spicy. And so I'm not going to add it because I feel like it could go back to this if I let it sit and cure, but I just don't really want to take that chance. I have so many other scents to warm. I do feel like, though, if you want it to get spicier, then, you know, grab a few bars and let them sit for a little bit. Because this one right here, I mean, it is very hot cinnamon on the bottom. I definitely smell more cinnamon than I do clove. And there's a pretty good bit of cherry. So it is nice. It's just not as good as I remember it. Okay, so the next bar that I have here is called Cherry Limeade. And this one is a flat bottom. I really don't know how long ago I got this one, but the description says zesty key lime, sweet cherry, and juicy berry, a delicious scent reminiscent of a soda fountain drink. And I do remember the way that this one smells. I really do like the way that it smells. It's definitely smells like a cherry limeade. It definitely smells like a soda drink. It's very refreshing. It definitely reminds me of summertime. I think the last time I warmed this was probably around summertime. I think this is the last bar of it that I have left. And it's been quite a while, so I really don't remember the performance of this one. So you can tell it's getting kind of juicy here. And the scent does smell refreshing. It smells juicy. It's got a good bit of cherry here. It definitely has that limeade note. It definitely has like the soda smell to it. This one is nice. I don't know that I need more of it. I definitely don't think I need to add this one to my club or anything like that. I do think it is a fun bar to warm in the summer. You know, I do like cherry scents. If you're someone that likes cherry scents, I feel like you probably would like this one. I definitely can smell a little bit of that lime in there, and I think that is making it have like that refreshing type of smell. I don't know. I think what I'm probably going to do is just grab maybe a couple of these bars on my next club order that goes in, and then just add them to my stash, and then that way I can just warm this every once in a while in the summer whenever I'm craving it. And the next one here is called Cherry Vanilla. And I am very familiar with this one. This one is currently in my club. The description for this one says, a delightful swirl of candied cherry and sugared almonds folded into velvety white chocolate ice cream. This was a Bring Back My Bar in 2023. And I've had it in my club since before then, I believe. It is absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely. This is a powerhouse fragrance. This has always been so strong for me. I can use less wax of this for sure. And it has amazing longevity for a cherry fragrance. So if you're looking for a really strong cherry scent, this one is amazing, but it is different. It is definitely a bakery type of fragrance. I personally can smell the chocolate note when it's warming, but it's definitely white chocolate. So it's really, really unique because I don't really smell it here, but every time I warm this bar, I fall back in love with it because I've been trying to delete this one from my club for quite a while. I usually pull out a bunch of bars that I'm just not sure about, and I usually rewarm them around the time that my club needs to process. And I usually always rewarm this one just to make sure I still love it as much as I have, because it's been in my club for so long and I just can't seem to delete it. I don't get tired of it. I think it is amazing mixed with other bars like King Cake, with Churro Churro, any type of bakery bars. I love mixing with this one to make it smell more of like a cherry type of dessert. And I think there was one that was called Red, White, and Cherry Pie or something like that. That bar was in clearance a lot recently, and I stocked up on a lot of those. I really do love that scent as well. It's very similar to this one. I don't think that it has as great as performance as this one does, but I do like that one. But if you love that fragrance, I feel like you would probably really love this fragrance. If you can't get that one and you want one that's similar, this one is similar and it's really, really good. There is sweetness here, but there's also a slight tartness, but very, very good. If you like cherry, this is the one that I would recommend. Okay, I also have Christmas Cactus. This is a flat bottom. This is a pretty old bar. The description says agave nectar and citrus trim Siberian fir for a new kind of winter wonderland. This is a very unique fragrance. I feel like it's not really a fragrance for me. I'll say that, but I think that's because it has a slight green edge to it that I don't really care for. But I think it is a fun bar. I think it definitely smells like a holiday type of fruity bar of like somewhere where people have a hotter climate. So it definitely reminds me of that for sure, because you can smell like the Siberian fir here. You can smell like that woodsy type note. You can also smell like a wintry type of feel, almost minty, but not quite. And then there's also the citrus type of notes, and then there's also a very slight sweetness. It's very different. It's not a traditional type of bar. It's got some freshness here. If you want to try something unique and for the holidays, and you like green, you like woodsy type scents, but you also are okay with like a slight citrus fresh scent, I really think you would like this one. If I remember correctly, this was a pretty good performer. It's been a really long time since I've worn this. I think this is the last bar that I have left. It smells good. It's not a scent that I gravitate toward. If I were to warm it, I probably would have to warm something fruity and alternate warmers, something like that, because I wouldn't want my whole space to smell like this, even though I do like it more than just a straight, really high-pitched pine type of scent, because it does have like some fruitiness here. I like it more than I used to. It smells better than I remember it smelling, but this is an older bar. I don't know. I might have to rewarm this. There just is a green note in the background of this one that I don't really care for. But I like that fruity, fresh, citrusy type of edge that's here as well. So I don't know. That one's fun. It's different. Okay, these next couple of bars that I have here are from the Christmas Cottage Scentspirations collection. And I was obsessed with that collection. Loved all of them. Absolutely love them so much. I have a Christmas Cottage Wreath and Christmas Cottage Cider in my club. And my mom loves Christmas Cottage Cider so much. So that's the first one that we're going to talk about. It looks like this. And this was from 2023, I believe. So when they took Christmas Cottage and they decided to make this Scentspirations collection, I knew that I was going to love it because Christmas Cottage is one of my favorite bars ever. But I wasn't sure what to expect. But Christmas Cottage Cider says, brew some homey vibes with mulled spices, cinnamon stick, and perky Valencia orange. And this, honestly, is becoming a favorite of mine. Autumn Hearth is obviously my top fall bar that I use. Absolutely love that one. This one is probably up there in my top 3 favorite fall bars that I like to reach for. Maybe my top 5. It is so good. It is so spicy. It is perfect. You can smell the cider. This is the Christmas Cottage fall version. So it doesn't smell like holiday to me. It definitely smells more fall, but my mom and I love to use this one year round. So we love Autumn Hearth, and we also love this one. I had this one in my club, but I only had one in my club because at the time I didn't know that she was going to start to love it as much as she has. And so we don't really fight over the one bar that I was getting, but I was constantly giving it to her, so I wasn't able to enjoy it as much as she was. So now I can up the quantity and I can stock up on this one. I actually ordered 4 on the order that I just put in just because I'm down to my last bar. And she uses this one constantly. So like I said, year round, it is so good. I can't. It is so cidery. This honestly is my favorite cider scent. I would prefer this one over cider mill. And that's saying a lot because cider mill has always been my favorite cider scent, but this one has way more spices and it does smell like Christmas cottage, but with cider. It also has the oranges, it has the cloves. I definitely smell more cinnamon than I do clove, but the clove is there. And the orange is just kind of in the background. It is so good. I cannot say enough good things about this one. So the quantity of this one is going up pretty high in my club. I haven't decided, but it's going in multiple clubs because I need to get it throughout the whole year. I need to have backup clubs so that if we're running low for some reason, I can send more so that my mom can use as much of it as she wants and she doesn't have to, share with me. She can just have as many as she wants. So this one, definitely highly recommend. The next one that's on here is Christmas Cottage Mint. So this was the Christmas Cottage Mint. And I do love this one. This one was my least favorite, even though I do love it. The ones that I added to my club was the Christmas Cottage Wreath and the Christmas Cottage Cider. I cut this one just because I don't warm minty scents as much as I warm the other 2 scents. But this one is beautiful for all around the holidays. And then I think that this one is perfect for winter, like January, even leaning into February. It is so pretty, but you have to like Christmas cottage. So you have to keep that in mind. To someone maybe that doesn't love Christmas cottage, it might smell a little odd because there's some spices here, but there's also mint. But for somebody that likes spicy type of fragrances, I don't know, it works. It blends and it's so pretty. The description says, harvest, spice, and winter mint mingle in the invigorating morning air. And so it has like this refreshing, invigorating type of smell, but it's not like an overly minty bar because there's some spices that's blending with it. So I really like this one. And I told myself that, I was going to have to make some really tough decisions about what I'm adding to my clubs, but I have regretted cutting this one out of my club. So I definitely think I'm going to add it to club at least for a little while and grab a couple of these and try warming this all throughout the holidays and see how much I really reach for it because I really do like this one too. So the whole collection was a win for me. So this next one here is called a Christmas Cottage Wreath. This one has been in the clearance section lately. This one says, deck the halls with refreshing eucalyptus, a spruce sprig, and a sprinkle of crushed clove. And I adore this fragrance. I love this so much. It just reminds me of Christmas because I have been warming it. And also I used to always mix very snowy spruce with Christmas cottage. I was always making my own kind of mixes because I don't usually like just straight pine. But I always want to smell Christmas cottage around Christmas because I love it. And so this is just like the best bar for me because it already has like that smell of Christmas cottage in here, but it also has the woodsy type pine type of notes. So it says that it has eucalyptus and it says it has a spruce sprig. Now, I can smell eucalyptus when it warms, but I don't think it's overtaking the bar. But there is something there that's kind of like an invigorating type of feel. So it is there, but it's not overtaking anything. You can definitely smell this spruce sprig, and you can smell the spices. I smell more cinnamon than I do clove. So again, it's got that same type of cinnamon note that's in Christmas Cottage. And it's just absolutely heavenly. So if you love Christmas Cottage, I mean, this is just a must try in my opinion. If you also like woodsy type fragrances, I think it's absolutely beautiful. So I'm going to be upping the quantity in my club. The only thing is that I stocked up on this when it was in the clearance section. I grabbed a whole bunch of these because they were marked down and I love it so much. So I don't technically need any right now. I have plenty to last me. And my mom also loves this one. So I have plenty to last us. So I'm definitely going to probably up the quantity a little bit. And then again, put a couple of these bars in a club that is just a club that I can keep pushing out and not necessarily ship to myself right now, so that I can get those in the future. Okay, this next scent that I have here is called a Christmas Tree. So this is in a brick because I don't have any regular size bars of it, but this was a brick from last year. This was the holiday bricks for last year. The description says fresh air and pine needles swirl through a pine wood forest. And honestly, this is just a classic pine scent. It's a great mixer. I remember talking about this last year and how much I love this one. This is not a very strong pine. So if you don't like your tree type of scents to smell very strong, they're not very loud, you don't want them to be like very aggressive, this one is absolutely beautiful. This is actually a tree scent that I can just warm by itself and it doesn't bother me. Because sometimes tree scents can just be too much for me. They can almost make my eyes water if they're too strong. And this one's not like that at all. It definitely has, pine. It's just like a straight classic pine fragrance. And don't get me wrong, it's a great performer. It is a great performer. I just feel like it's not as strong as like Black Forest Pine or Sweet Orange and Evergreen. Some of these other ones are a lot more stronger than this one. But I like the fact that this one is, slightly softer than those. I have mixed this one and I'm going to be using this one. But the thing is that I really love my Christmas Cottage wreath. That's the problem, is that I love Christmas Cottage wreath so much that I'm usually reaching for that. And I also really love Very Snowy Spruce. So I'm always reaching for that. And, like Christmas Cottage wreath, I prefer it over the balsam spice. Like if I had to choose between the two, I really like a cinnamon type of pine. That one just does it for me. And this is always the one I'm reaching for. So I don't know whether to add this one because I did regret not adding this one to my club just because it is such a beautiful pine. It's great mixing. I just can't add all of these tree scents because I'm not someone who warms enough of them. Like they would just be building up and that would be pointless. Like I don't need to do that. I do like them, but I have to make some cuts here. So I'm going to have to try mixing this one with some things and see what I want to add, because I really am thinking I'm going to add Sweet Orange and Evergreen. And I also considered adding Black Forest Pine. And if I do that, I don't need those plus Christmas Cottage wreath plus Christmas tree. This is just too much for me. So I'm going to have to decide. I do have this brick that will last me for a while. So I might just order maybe 1 or 2 regular size bars of this and then just maybe add some of the other ones to my club and be done. But this one is absolutely gorgeous if you are like me and you don't really like the aggressive ones. It's really pretty. The next one that I have here is called a Churro Churro. This is one of my absolute favorite scents of all time. I have this one in my club. It's been in my club for quite a while. The description says, baked pastry sprinkled with cinnamon sugar captures that heavenly churro charm. This was I think this was brand new back in 2019 for like a spring summer catalog. And then my notes say that it did come back at some point around June 2023 for Bring Back My Bar. So it has been around for a while, and I fell in love with it back then in 2019. Like I said, I signed up in 2017, and this was just like when they released this scent, it was like one of my favorite bakeries of all time. And it still is. There's something so perfect about it. It has got this absolutely gorgeous sweet cinnamon here. And this is probably one of my favorite bars to mix with all kinds of scents, with fruity scents. I like just throwing this one in the warmers and having other scents going. It is so pretty. You can definitely smell like a baked pastry note. You can smell like a very, very slight buttery note, but it's not heavy buttery or anything like that. I honestly don't think that this is as heavy as a bakery as some other bars that they have. Like, I feel like this is an appropriate bakery scent that you could warm year round. You could mix it with anything year round. It has a beautiful cinnamon sugar. So you can definitely smell like the sugar with this one. And it's a great performer. So it never lets me down. This is definitely one that I reach for all the time, and I will never remove this one from my club. Honestly, I'm considering upping the quantity of this one, but I have to just wait and see, just because I have so many bakeries in my club. But this is one that I reach for, that I am consistently out of, if that makes sense. It's one that I'm always mixing. It's one that I'm always using. So even though I have other bakeries, I don't reach for those bars as much as I reach for this one. So this one I highly recommend over probably most of all the other bakery bars here. If you're wanting a really good one, this is one of my favorites. The next bar here is Cinnamon Roasted Pear. This is an absolutely gorgeous scent. This one has been in my club for a really long time. I never get tired of this fragrance. The description says, fall for rich roasted pear spiced with clove, cinnamon, and a touch of vanilla bean. And I've had this in my club for a really long time. I cannot remember when this came out, maybe around 2020. It is so good. It is the perfect crisp pear. You can smell a good bit of pear here, and it's a beautiful crisp pear. You can definitely smell cinnamon. And you can smell some slight clove here, but you'd have to be okay with cinnamon, because there's definitely some cinnamon. And I think you'd have to like pear, but sometimes I don't like pear from Scentsy. I mean, most of the time I do, but there have been a couple that I have not liked. But this is one of the most beautiful pear scents that they've ever made, in my opinion. I will reach for this one sometimes throughout the year, not just around the fall, even though this is more of a fall specific bar for me. But sometimes I just crave this scent. It is so pretty. It is a fantastic performer. I honestly think that this one performs better than average. I don't think it's a powerhouse, but I think that it has great longevity and is definitely better than average. The next bar I have here is Clementine Blossom. And this one says, golden citrus surprises pink nectar with a sugar blossom treat. This one has been in my club for quite a while. I cannot seem to delete this one. This was from a Valentine's collection a while back. I really don't remember what year, but I love this fragrance. Simply the Zest is also available, and it's somewhere in here. We'll talk about it, but it came down to trying to choose between Simply the Zest and this one, because there are some similarities between the two. But I chose this one because it is absolutely gorgeous. Simply the Zest is a stronger bar than this one. It definitely has better performance, but there is a cozy softness about this one. There is a prettiness about this one. You can definitely smell some citrus. You can also smell like a little bit of like a sweetness, like sugar. Now it mentions like blossom, and it says clementine blossom. You can smell a floral note, but it is not a strong floral note, which I love that about it. It's very pretty and soft and floral without it being aggressive or in your face. And then there's also like a slight citrus type of edge to it, but not a very harsh citrus. It's like a soft citrus. It is so pretty. I don't ever get tired of this one either. I mainly worn this one in the spring, around Valentine's Day, around Easter. Beautiful. Absolutely love this one. So I don't need to up the quantity in my club of this one because I don't really use it year round, but I can't remove this one from my club. It's absolutely gorgeous. Okay, this one is Coastal Sunset. And this bar is older. The description says, creamy coconut and sandalwood set the scene for warm amethyst amber. So again, this has coconut and this also has amber. So it's not really a scent that I love. I can tolerate this one, but only using a very, very small amount, which is why this bar looks the way it does. I had a couple of these bars in my stash, and it takes me a really long time to use a bar of this fragrance. I think this is very unique. I think it is absolutely gorgeous. It's just, it bothers me. I just can't use much of it or it gives me a headache. I do feel like the coconut in this one is creamy. I like the coconut in this one more than I like coconut in some other bars. And I also don't think the amber is, I don't think it's one of those really heavy ambers. I don't think it's a very perfumey amber. This is beautiful. It really is a beautiful scent. I feel like it almost leans cozy because it has some sandalwood and then like almost like a woodsy type vibe. It is very, very nice. It's very, very pretty. It's a hard one for me to describe because it doesn't exactly smell tropical. You would kind of think with Coastal Sunset that it would smell tropical, but it doesn't really smell tropical to me. It smells more, I don't know. It smells slightly cozier. It smells almost like body care in a way because it's kind of like a soft, pretty type of scent. I don't know. I like this one. I have to be really careful with it. So I won't be adding this one to club. And I don't think that I need any more of this one just because it takes me so long to go through them. And I think I have a couple of these left. But this one is really, really nice, especially if you like coconut and you like amber type fragrances and you want to try something that's a little different than what Scentsy normally does, in my opinion. Okay, so the next one here is called Cocoa Lime. And some of these bars that I'm talking about are bars that I was hoping would come back for spring and summer. And the fact that they are on this list kind of concerns me a little bit because it makes me feel like maybe Cocoa Lime is going to be discontinued. So Cocoa Lime is a beautiful fragrance. In my opinion, it's a powerhouse. I feel like this is a very, very strong lime scent. And I really enjoyed it this past year more than I usually do. It's very refreshing. I love it for summer. So it's not one that I warm year round, usually just the heat of summer. I feel like it is a very refreshing scent when it's really, really hot outside. I am funny about coconut, but I love the coconut in this one. I think it blends so well with the lime. The description says coconut milk and creamy vanilla get energized with a citrusy splash of fresh lime. So the lime is the main note that I smell here. It's the main thing here. It is very, very zesty. It is absolutely beautiful. It's a high-pitched type of lime. So it is a very strong bar, in my opinion. It has great longevity. I love this one. And I'm very, very disappointed if this means that it's going to be discontinued because I have a lot of customers that love it. And I just don't feel like there's anything else that compares to this Cocoa Lime. The key lime and grapefruit was more of like a sweet type of scent. And I do love that one as well, but it is also here. So if they're planning on discontinuing both of those, I'm very curious as to what that will be replaced with. I could be wrong. Maybe they're just putting these bars here to try to get people to add them to their clubs, and maybe they will come back. I don't know. But if it is a bar that you love, I would definitely add it to a club just to be safe. And this one is definitely club worthy. It's absolutely gorgeous. The next one here is called Coconut Citrus Parfait. I do not have that one. I remember that one very clearly. I remember that I do not like that one whatsoever. Coconut Citrus Parfait. The description says creamy coconut milk and vanilla bean with a hint of citrus. So the coconut in that one was so powerful. It was such a heavy, instant headache. That's all I can say about that one. It was so much coconut, and then there was also some vanilla that I had to get rid of that bar. I had to just get it out of my stash. I had to give that to someone because every time I opened a container, that is what I could smell in that specific tote. So that one is gone. If you are sensitive to coconut, I would be very careful with that one. For me, that was a very, very heavy type of coconut that I cannot do. Coconut Daiquiri is the next one. It looks like this. And the description for this one says, a tropical blend of coconut milk, banana, and vanilla cream that's as refreshing as it is sweet. And I'm very sensitive to this one as well. I cannot use this one. I do love it though. I can maybe just use like a slight sliver if I'm really craving a tropical scent like this. But personally, there's just too much coconut. And it's not necessarily that it's coconut. It's the type of coconut that it is. It's the same kind of like heavy type of coconut. I feel like this one has more things in it. I do like the banana note that is in this one. I like the vanilla that's in this one, but I just can't do that coconut. It is absolutely gorgeous. I have a lot of customers who love this scent. I know there's probably a lot of you out there that love this one. It's a fantastic performer. So if you like these tropical type of coconut scents, like with some vanilla, I think this one is extra beautiful just because it has that hint of banana. So it works. It has that, it just makes it smell more tropical. And I think it's beautiful. I just can't do it. So I love this one, but it is a no for me. I won't be adding any more. And honestly, I may gift the couple of bars that I have left. I still have a couple. And if I keep one for myself, it will last me for forever. Okay, the next one here is called a Coconut Flower. This is another bar that was available for July of this year, 2025, for the Bring Back My Bar. And surprisingly, I absolutely love this one. It does not bother me whatsoever. This one is graceful tropical blossoms meet luscious pineapple and the subtle scent of coconut milk in a feminine floral fragrance. And it has gotten stronger. So this bar has been sitting since around that time, July, August. And it definitely has gotten stronger. It smells a lot stronger here. But I haven't warmed it since then. I don't plan on warming these until summer comes around or spring. And even though I can smell some, coconut in this one, it's more of like a tropical type of fragrance. I can smell some slight pineapple here, but more what I smell is like this really pretty floral type of note that's in the background. It slightly reminds me of like a sweet pea vanilla type of smell mixed with something that's tropical. It is so pretty. I really like this one. It wasn't the best performer for me though, but I'm hoping since these bars have sat and they've been curing for a little while, I'm hoping that when I warm them again, they'll have better performance. I don't think I'm going to add this one to club. I might grab maybe one more bar of it, but I don't love it enough to club it just because I would only warm this probably in the summer or spring, and I have plenty of other bars that I love for that. So I feel like the bars that I have of this one. I feel like they'll last me for quite a while, but I do think that this is unique. I think that it's called coconut flower. I don't think it's a super floral bar. I don't think it's a super coconut bar. I think it's kind of like a tropical and floral. It's just really pretty. So it's not what I was expecting at all with that description. I was pleasantly surprised with this one. The next one I have here is called Cozy Chai. And this one, the description says warm, spicy cinnamon, vanilla bean, and caramel. This one is absolutely beautiful. I love this fragrance. I've always loved this fragrance. I have a couple customers that love this one. This is definitely a warm, spicy, definitely has some cinnamon here. You can definitely smell some caramel. It wasn't the best performer in my opinion though. The last time that I warmed this one, I feel like it didn't have the longevity that it used to have. And I don't know if that's just because I'm warming it here now in more of like an open type of space. And so I feel like it was getting lost and it was struggling. Whereas in my older house, I didn't seem to have those problems. So I don't think it has the best performance here, but I do love this one. And I honestly am trying to decide whether I want to add it to club because I don't have this one in my club, but I have a lot of other bars that are similar to this. I feel like, it's warm, it's spicy. It is a nice spicy bar and I love it by itself. I would definitely mix this with things, but how many of these type of bars do I need? I'm probably just gonna have to compare it to some other things and decide, but this one is a favorite. It's been a favorite of mine for a really long time. So if you like spices and you like some slight caramel, it's not a lot of caramel, so it's not a heavy caramel. Like caramel praline cake has a lot of caramel, but king cake has some caramel. Don't think about it like that, but I do think you'd have to be okay with those spices that are in this one. And I don't know, that one is nice. So I have to make my decision on that one. I don't know whether to add it to club or not. So this next one I have here is called Cozy Kitchen. This one has came back quite a bit. It was in a brick at one point. I've had this one kind of in and out of my club a lot. So yeah, it came out for the holiday bricks in 2023. It's also been out for Bring Back My Bar. So the description for this one says, warm up to a blissful batch of warm oats with brown sugar and a spicy cinnamon swirl. And this one is nice, but there is a note that I don't really care for this one on cold that kind of goes away when it warms. But if I'm comparing Cozy Chai to this one, I think I would rather have Cozy Chai in my club than Cozy Kitchen. And so that's just something that I need to decide, what I'm going to cut. I don't think that they are, scents that are really extremely similar or anything like that. It's just me trying to decide what I'm going to use more of. And I have a brick of this left and I have a bunch of bars of it in my stash that I need to use. And I don't usually reach for this Cozy Kitchen as much as I reach for Churro Churro, King Cake, some of these other bakery scents, because there is a slight off note and it almost smells like milk. Like right here, it almost smells like a milk note. But when it warms, I don't really smell that. But I don't know. I'm going to have to rewarm this and I'm going to have to decide because I always do this to myself. I always add this back to my club when it's available. And then I always contemplate whether I want to kick it out or not. And usually I do kick it back out of my club and then it comes back and then I add it back. So I do love it, but I really don't think that I need it. I think I'm going to have to let this one go. But if you've not tried Cozy Kitchen, I do think it's a good performing bar. And I think if you like bakery type of scents and maybe you don't have as many as I have to choose from, I think it's a great one. I think it's a good mixer. I think it's great by itself. So the next one I have here is Cranapple Crumble. And it looks like this. The description says baked cranapple topped with brown sugar and a dollop of whipped cream. I really do love this one. It is, I really didn't used to warm this one quite as much as I want to. That's just because I'm always mixing bakery scents that I have with other fruits. And so I don't really reach for this one, but I do like it. I think it has great performance, and I do think it has like a slight tart type of note here, and it also has like the brown sugar, but it's not an overly sweet type of bakery. But I think that's also because there is some tartness here with this crane apple. This one is pretty. So I have contemplated adding this one to my club. I just don't know what to do because I have so many other fruity bars, and I really like mixing some of my bakery bars with fruity bars that I have on hand. And so I don't know how often I'll reach for this. But if nothing else, I'm going to at least grab a couple of these bars before the end of November, or I'm going to throw them in like a one and done club that will ship, at a future date, that I can just grab a couple of these. The next one I have here is Cranberry and Cardamom. This one is in my club. I have loved this one since it came out. This one says bold cherry and white cranberry mingle in a festive celebration with a hint of warm cardamom. This came out in 2023 in the holiday collection, and so then it returned in 2024 for the fall winter catalog. And I'm just surprised that they don't have this in the catalog. It is absolutely gorgeous. This is one of those bars that I love to mix with pine. I love to mix this with evergreen scents. I love to mix it with anything like that to give it a kind of like a holiday type of berry type of fragrance with a woodsy type of scent. So it is so pretty. It does have like a cherry note. I don't know that I smell. Well, I can smell some cranberry with this one. I feel like the cherry and the cranberry is pretty evenly balanced here. And there's no spices that I can really smell. I just think it's pretty. I think it smells deep. I think it smells kind of like a rich type of cherry. So it definitely feels more of like a wintry type of cherry. It feels more of like a wintry type of bar. I do like this one by itself. I really do enjoy this one. I warmed so much of this one when it came out in 2023 for the holiday collection. I have not warmed as much of it since then. I believe last year I didn't warm quite as much, and then this year I haven't really reached for it yet. But I think once I get my Christmas tree up and I'm warming more pine scents in the house, I'm going to be mixing this with some of those bars. I really love it. So for now, it's going to be staying in my club, but I don't need to up the quantity on that one, but I really do recommend that one. It is a fantastic performer. The next one I have here is Cranberry Candy Cane. Looks like this. Absolutely love this one. This one, it says, in a twist on a traditional treat, fresh cranberries and pomegranate are swirled with peppermint sticks. So this was also in the 2023 holiday collection, and then it came out in the 2024 fall winter catalog. Now, I know that there are some people who don't care for this one, but I absolutely love it. This one is in my club. It is not coming out of my club. There is something so unique about this bar. It smells so fresh and clean, but also has like a slight fruity edge to it. It is so pretty. It is so pretty. It definitely leans holiday, so this really isn't one that I would warm anytime unless I'm just craving something like this, but it is such a pretty one. Now, these pods that were in this fragrance were absolutely amazing. I loved this fragrance in pods. They smelled even cleaner, and I don't mean in like a kitchen cleaner, like cleaning your kitchen, but more of like a fresh and clean type of scent. It smelled so beautiful. So Cranberry Candy Cane, this one is just gorgeous. I love warming this one as well, like in alternate warmers, and then having like some pine or woodsy type of fragrance going. The cranberry is definitely there. Like you can smell it. And I feel like that's why there's some people who just don't think the two things go together. But I also have a few customers that really love this one and think that it smells unique too. So I don't know. I really enjoy this one. I'm not taking it out of my club. I don't think it's a super strong bar. I think like this one right here smells pretty strong, but it's been sitting. When you first get it, I don't think the mint is quite as strong as it is here after it's been sitting for a little while. It is so pretty. I cannot wait to warm this now that the holidays are here. I'm going to be warming this again and I cannot wait. If you like mint type of fragrances, like a peppermint type of fragrance, but it's not overly peppermint. So if you want like a super, super strong peppermint, maybe that's not the one for you. But if you like it more subdued and unique and kind of mixed with something, I would give that one a try. It's really, really good. The next one is Cranberry Orange Cider. And the description for this one says, charred orange, cranberry, and apple mulled with cinnamon sticks, served warm and wonderful. This was from 2022. It was in a 3-bar holiday pack. And I don't remember this one clearly. This bar is pretty juicy. I've had this one for a while. If I remember correctly, this one wasn't one of my favorites. There was something about it that was a little odd. There's just an odd note here. It mentions that it has cinnamon sticks. And I really don't smell much cinnamon. I can smell cranberry and maybe some slight apple. I feel like I smell more cranberry. And I can smell some slight orange. It smells more like a bitter type of orange. It says tart orange, but it smells more bitter, so it's not like a sweet orange. And there's just an odd note with it, so that was keeping me from loving this one. It's, you know, it has like cinnamon sticks on the image, and it mentions that it has cinnamon sticks. So, you know, I would have assumed with it talking about mold with cinnamon sticks that it would smell more spicy than it does. But it really doesn't. I think if you like cranberry, you like kind of like a bittery orange and maybe like a slight apple with some background type of spices, I think maybe you would like this scent. I want to say that maybe it was a good performer, but it's been quite a while since I've worn this one, and I don't really plan on getting any more of this one. But I am going to try warming it just to make sure, because I could be confusing this with something else. But yeah, I don't think this one was a favorite. This next one is Cranberry Pumpkin Spice. We just had this one available for the Bring Back My Bar collection in July that we just had. And the description for this one says, sugared cranberry adds a sweet kick to baked pumpkin, delightfully infused with cinnamon spice. Yeah, and this one has that same weird note that I smell in Cranberry Orange Cider. It really is kind of like the same odd type of note. This one mentions that it has the cinnamon spice, and I can't smell cinnamon here. It's definitely here. This bar has been sitting for a while, and I can definitely smell some cinnamon, but there is a weird sweetness. I guess it's from the cranberry. I know that someone mentioned that it smells like bubble gum, and I can definitely smell like a bubblegum note now that they have said that. It's just really odd. It's just not a bar for me. I mean, by this description, it sounds like it would be something for me. But I think there are just so many other absolutely amazing harvest bars that Scentsy has that this would not be one that I would grab. But if you want to try something different, it's definitely different in the fact that it has like a sweet kick. It has like a sugared cranberry here. And there is some spice. There is like a red hot spice here, but it's slightly different with an odd note. So yeah, that one's not for me. I definitely don't need any more of that one. The next bar that I have here is called Creme de Mint. And it looks like this. The description for this one says, a sprig of garden mint mixes it up with sweet peppermint and spun sugar. Yeah, I definitely remember how strong this one is. This one was from the Mardi Gras collection in 2024. This was the only bar of that collection that I didn't really care for. It is just too much mint for me, but it's like a garden mint, so it has like a fresh greenness to it. So it is strong. I think it's very strong. It has like a sweet peppermint here. There is some slight sugar, but it's not an overly sweet scent. It's very invigorating. It's very, very refreshing and smells strong. So if that is usually what you like minty type scents like that, I think you would love this one. It is nice. It's just not something that I would really want to warm throughout the house. I do think there's kind of like a slight green type of edge to this one, but it's nice. It smells strong. It's just not my kind of scent. Okay, the next one I have here is called a Cucumber and Cactus Water. And this one says, crisp cucumber wades into refreshing cactus water and sea salt. Now, I actually love this one. I am so glad that this one is back. I do plan on adding this one to my club. This is not a typical scent that I would reach for, but there is something so refreshing about this one, and it slightly reminds me of aloe vera and ivy. And I was able to stock up on that bar in a flash sale or clearance or something recently, and I'm so thankful because that's one of my favorite bars. But it's also not a bar or a scent that I would have typically wanted. These watery melon kind of type of scents are not usually what I gravitate towards. It does mention cucumber, but I don't think there is like a cucumber kind of note, but I think it's also like a melon type of note. It's very refreshing. It is very like aquatic and watery in a melon type of way, like a cucumber type of way, but in also a pretty way. I don't know. I really, really like this one. Again, this isn't a typical scent for me, but this is my last bar, and I have been hoarding this bar. So when I used the bar that I had before this one, I really fell in love with it. I didn't have that many bars to begin with because I didn't think it would be a scent that I would really love, and then I couldn't get it anymore. So it's been a while since I warmed it, but it is a refreshing scent. I cannot wait to try this one again. I don't know if I'll warm it now because it's the holidays. I know for sure I want it, so I'm just going to add it to my club. And come spring and summer, I'm going to be warming this one with a bunch of the aloe vera and ivies that I was able to get in clearance. Yeah, so this one is nice. The next one I have here is called Cutie Pie Cupcake. It looks like that. And the description says sweet clementine and yellow cake batter with vanilla and sugary icing. This was a June 2022 Bring Back My Bar. I don't know if it came out again after that. I know it's been in clearance a couple of times because I was able to stock up on this one. I really do enjoy this one. This one is more of a light bakery type of scent. It's really, really pretty. You can smell the clementine here. You can smell like the yellow cake with it. And I feel like you can also smell like a sugary icing, but the clementine in this one is not very, very strong. I feel like sometimes when people see this description, they don't think that those things would blend well with each other, but it's actually really, really pretty. It's just kind of like a soft clementine type of orange type of fragrance in the background. I mostly smell the yellow cake and like the icing note when it's warming, but it almost smells kind of like a fluffier type of cake. It doesn't smell as heavy as some of my other bakery type of bars. So I really like to warm this one, you know, anytime during the year. I mix this one up with other fragrances as well. I'm trying to decide if I want to add this one to my club. This one is kind of down the line. I might not add this one just because I was able to stock up on a good bit of these in that clearance sale. So I really don't need them. But I do like this fragrance. I think it's absolutely gorgeous. The next one I have here is one of my all-time favorites. This is Dancing Sugar Plums. This one is in my club. It will never leave. And I am so excited that I can finally up the quantity to at least 2 of these. Oh my goodness, this bar is absolutely beautiful. This is my favorite bedroom scent. And it's not even a typical bedroom scent that most people would probably warm in their bedroom. But for me, it just brings back so many memories. It also reminds me of Christmas because I've warmed it around the holidays a lot. But there's something about it that's so cozy as well, and I just love the scent of plum, and it also has like some slight spices, and it's purple. I just love everything about this bar. The description says rich spiced plum falls right in step with visions of vanilla and sweet cinnamon apple. You can smell some slight apple here. It's not like a really in-your-face type of apple. I feel like it's like apple and plum kind of mixed together. I also don't feel like the spices are, you know, really strong or anything like that. I feel like it's more of like some gentle type of spices here. I also feel like you can smell some slight vanilla, and then you have like a sweetness here. So my mom has been trying this bar. I have been basically pushing this bar on her because she loves all of these type of notes, but she doesn't really care for the vanilla that's in this one. And I just love this scent so much that I just knew that she would like it if she would just give it a chance. And so she has warmed it a couple of times, and now she is really, really enjoying it as well. So I'm glad that it came back so I can up the quantity. She doesn't warm it as often as I do, but she is starting to really like this one. She says it is a great performer. She thinks it is extremely strong. I don't think it's that strong, but I do think it is a fantastic performer. I get amazing longevity out of this one in my bedroom. It doesn't get the same longevity out here in an open concept, but I still think it performs great. But in my bedroom, I can get 2-3 days with it. And I love this scent. I do. This is probably one of my favorite plum scents Scentsy has ever made. Okay, so the next bar that I have here is Dark Harbor. And it says that it is a romantic exotic fragrance. It has lime, it has blue-green mint, and it has notes of watery ocean lavender and mysterious amber. Now, I do like this bar. It is definitely a masculine leaning bar. It does mention that it has amber, but I can say there is not much amber in this bar at all. I don't really smell the amber in it. I can smell the aquatic watery notes. I can definitely smell the lavender. I can definitely smell like a minty type of note in the background, but it is not overpowering whatsoever. So there's not a lot of mint here. You kind of have to be searching for it. It is so beautiful. I feel like this is a really calming type of fragrance. I do like masculine scents, but I don't think that this one is really like a really heavy cologne masculine scent. I feel like the watery type of notes with this one makes it more of like a calming masculine scent. And I love that about it. So I did have this in my club back when it came back before for Bring Back My Bar. And then I eventually eliminated it because I just told myself I didn't need it. I was really trying to cut things out of my club. So of course it's back now. And now I'm faced with the same decision whether I want to get this or not. It is honestly one of my favorite masculine scents the Scentsy has made, but it's not really masculine. Like I said, with the lavender here and the aquatic notes and then also the mint, it is kind of like romantic, like it says. It is calming. It's just really, really nice. And it's also a great performer. This one has great longevity. And I can't decide what to do. I'm thinking that I'm just going to grab maybe a couple more bars and just eliminate this one again because I'm not going to reach for it that often. But I think this is an absolutely beautiful bedroom fragrance. And if you like watery scents and you also like manly scents, I definitely think you should give this one a try. I don't think the lavender in that one is a very overpowering lavender. It's not like a floral type of lavender. It's more of like a calming lavender. Next one is a Daydream Oasis. The description for this one says, lose yourself in sweet melon and visions of luminous pear leaf and water lily. And I think this is an absolutely gorgeous watery scent, where this was more of a masculine, aquatic, watery type of cozy type of scent. This is more of a very feminine, pretty, watery fragrance. It smells clean. It smells pretty. It is such a nice one. I really do love this one a lot. I'm pretty sure that I have this in some dish soap and I've been saving it. I haven't wanted to use it because it's the last bottle that I have left. And it is just so pretty. I love this. So I don't really necessarily smell melon with this one. I can smell like maybe some pear leaf and also that water lily. I feel like if you've tried water lily and bergamot, if you've tried like scents like that, you would probably like a scent like this. I also feel like if you like aloe, water, and cucumber, you like watery scents like that, Daydream Oasis is kind of like the same kind of vibe. I also think this one is a fantastic performer. I don't think that I'll add it to club just because scents like this are not usually scents that I warm out here in my open concept. I usually warm them in bathrooms, and I just have so many like that. But I will have to contemplate this. I might have to put this in like a backup club or something where maybe just in the future, if I want to grab one, I can, because it is very summery and pretty and clean and fresh and really gorgeous. The next one I have here is Desert Tropics. This is a bar that I've had from back when this was Scent of the Month, and it was Scent of the Month in July 2022. The description says a bright array of tropical berries, dragon fruit, lush mango, and pineapple come alive after a desert rain. And this bar is definitely getting sweaty. They still smell really good though. I don't really know how I feel about this one. I do like this one. I think that it has a slight sharp tartness to it. My customers really love this one. It has like a tropical edge to it. So when this one was Scent of the Month and I was making samples, they really did like this one. It definitely smells tropical, like a fruity type of tropical. You've got the berries, the dragon fruit, the mango, and pineapple. I don't necessarily smell one over the other. I think I can smell more of like tropical berries with some dragon fruit over the pineapple and the mango. So very tropical. If you like scents like that are like fruity tropical scents, I think this would be a great one that you probably would enjoy. The next bar that I have here is Dutch apple bread. And the description says fresh sliced apple tossed in warm cinnamon, brown sugar, and rolled oats. This was from the 2023 Harvest Collection, and then it came out in the Fall Winter 2024 catalog. And this one is very pretty. It's very unique. It is a light bakery type of fragrance. It doesn't really have like a cake note. It doesn't have a pie note. It smells like the filling of like an apple pie, if that makes sense. But like fresh apples that have been cooking with the cinnamon, the brown sugar, and some oats. I really don't smell a whole lot of the oats. It smells so fresh. It smells beautiful. So if you don't usually like bakery, but you love the scent of apples and cinnamon with like some sweetness, I really think that you would enjoy this one. I am contemplating adding this one to club. I think I might have one in my club, but I can't remember if I kicked it out or not. And I'm just such a fan of apple and cinnamon. I love apple and cinnamon all the time. I feel like this apple and cinnamon, I don't necessarily smell bread. So I feel like the description is a little misleading. It smells more of like apples cooking on the stove with the spices and the sugar. But I feel like this is more of a lighter type of bakery fragrance. I feel like I could warm this one year round and, you know, still be able to smell my apple and cinnamon. So I might have to do that. I might have to add one of these to a quarterly club. The next bar that I have here is called Evening Sky. And the description of this one says, light up the night with soft bergamot and rich Madagascar vanilla, paving the way for midnight lily. And I did not used to like this bar. And I still don't know how I feel about it. I think it smells better than I used to think it smelled. I think it is the Madagascar vanilla and the midnight lily. I do like the smell of lily, but the vanilla is a little heavy. It's a different vanilla. It's like kind of like a perfumey type of smell here. And it's kind of like a heavy vanilla. So I feel like, you know, that is that kind of vanilla that I just can't tolerate. But it is absolutely gorgeous. I like it more than I liked it when this first came out. I think this is the last bar that I have left of this. And it took me a really long time to use the previous bar that I had. I feel like it is more cozy than I thought that it was. When I first smelled this bar, when it first came out, I thought it smelled overly perfumey. I thought it smelled just too much. It was just absolutely too much for me, but I have warmed it since then, and I feel like it has this really nice, pretty, cozy type of element to it. And I do like the scent of bergamot, so I feel like I can really smell that now. There is like a soft bergamot here, like a soft note. It almost reminds me of like sandalwood or something like that in here, but this is not one that I would add to club or anything like that, but I can appreciate this bar more now than I did when it originally first came out. I do like it. So I can see why some of you love it. It is definitely a bedroom type of fragrance. That is when I would want to warm it, is nighttime in the bedroom. And I think it's pretty. I still think it leans a little feminine, but in a cozy, pretty way. Really, really nice. I think it's beautiful. Okay, this next one here is one of my absolute favorites. This one is Everything Nice. This one is in my club, and it will not be leaving anytime soon. And I always say that I really don't like this bar on cold. I do not like the way this bar smells on cold. But when it goes in the warmers, it is absolutely amazing. It is probably the best fall bakery pumpkin type of bakery bar that Scentsy has ever made. Aside from Forever Fall, okay, nothing can compare to Forever Fall for me. And I also really like pumpkin roll, but this one has like some nutty type of notes here. The description says, sugar and spice and everything nice, deep caramel and swirls of butter with roasted pumpkin and glazed pecans. So it definitely has like this deep caramel. It definitely has butter. It definitely has like a roasted pumpkin without it smelling toasted. Like I don't smell anything like toasted or anything like that here. And then you can smell the pecans. You can smell the nutty note. And unfortunately, I just don't really smell a lot of that here on cold, but I'm telling you, when it goes into the warmers, the butter, the pecans, the pumpkin, the caramel, all of that comes out, and it is absolutely gorgeous. It is a fantastic performer, and I cannot get enough of this one. It is one of my favorite fall bars ever. So If you were looking for a fantastic fall bakery bar, this is it. It is amazing. Okay, the next one I have here is Exotic Vanilla, and this one was just out recently in July for the Bring Back My Bar that we had. And the description says, spice up your home with the blend of vanilla bean, jasmine, patchouli, and sandalwood. And I do like this one. I was really, really shocked when I smelled this one, and I really did like it. I don't think that I need more of this one, but there's something so interesting about it. It smells like almost like a clean body care type of vanilla. I just think it smells so pretty. It's something that would probably give me a headache if I warmed too much of it because it is so much vanilla, but I want to love it so much. I want to love vanilla and coconut. They just don't get along with me. But the vanilla in this is so pretty. And this bar has been sitting since I purchased it in like August or whenever that was. And it smells even better now. Like the vanilla has had time to sit. I need to revisit this. I need to rewarm this because I just said that I didn't need to add this to my club. And it is beautiful. This was not the best performer. I mean, it was okay, but I didn't warm it out here in the open concept, I don't think. I don't think I ever tried it out here to see how it would do. I think this would be absolutely gorgeous in the bedroom. Okay, well, I might have to put this to the side and warm this one because it is better than I remember. I really do like this one. I can smell the jasmine. I can smell the vanilla. I don't really smell patchouli. I can smell maybe some sandalwood kind of blending this, but it's mainly like this beautiful vanilla with some jasmine. And it smells very body care. It's so pretty. This is so pretty. Okay, well, I'm going to rewarm that for sure. The next one here is Fairy Tale Pumpkin. This is a bar that I had back from when this was Scent of the Month. And the description says, an epic fantasy of harvest pumpkin, midnight black raspberry, and a whisper of black licorice. This was a Scent of the Month, October 2021. This was available with that mosaic pumpkin warmer. And these bars are getting slightly juicy, but they still smell good. I really want to love this bar, but I just cannot get past the licorice note. I do not like licorice whatsoever. I do not like that smell. I just do not like licorice. And if that note was not in here, this would probably go in my club. This is a very unique bar, but there it is. There's that licorice note on the bottom. And I can't really get past it. There are so many people that love this bar, and I'm so happy for you that it is back so that you can add it to your clubs. I remember this being a good performer. I had a lot of customers that loved this back when I gave out samples for Scent of the Month. And there is a sweet, it's probably the raspberry that's in it that I really, really like. There's like a sweet fruity note in the background, which is probably this midnight black raspberry that it's talking about. It really smells delicious. I don't really smell a lot of pumpkin. This is not a traditional fall fragrance. Honestly, it's not. The color of it, the fact that it's this color, the fact that it has licorice, it says that it has pumpkin, it has like raspberry. It's very unique. I do feel like it's kind of complex. It's sweet. So this, I think if you wouldn't mind the smell of licorice, and I will say that on warm, it's not as strong. The licorice it's not like it's really aggressive in this scent or really overpowering. It's just that it's there and I can't get past it just because I really dislike that smell. But there's a lot of people who really love this one. So this would be a good one maybe to try if you're just curious. Okay, the next one I have here is Fall Feelin', and I've talked about this one a good bit on my channel. I Got this in a clearance sale not too long ago when I stocked up on a couple of these because I absolutely love this fragrance. It is so strong. This is a powerhouse. I've said before that the scent circles in this fragrance were some of the strongest scent circles I've ever smelled for as long as I've been with Scentsy. This is such a beautiful fall fragrance. I love it very, very much. It's very, very strong. The description says fresh blood orange and sugared cranberry cozy up with juniper sprigs and a dash of sparkling clove on a perfectly crisp day. Very strong. It's got like earthy, woodsy type of notes. It has lots of clove. I feel like you would have to be okay with clove. I also can smell juniper. And when I first smelled this bar, I didn't really care for it as much as I do now because of the juniper. I feel like the juniper was kind of holding me back from loving it because there is like an earthy, woodsy type of juniper note. But once I started using those scent circles and was smelling it, I kept falling in love with it. Then I got the bar. I was using the bar. It's such a great performer. And I can really smell the clove. It is just absolutely beautiful. I do smell the orange. I do feel like it's more of like a bitter type of orange in the background. I don't really smell any sweetness here. This is definitely for all the people that like clove, you like earthy type of fragrances. There's not like a whole lot of sweetness and it's very, very strong. So if you want a powerhouse, this is a good one to get. I will say with the fall feeling, there are a good bit of people who don't like that one that I've seen talking about it on YouTube. But most of my customers who I gave samples to and who have smelled it, really enjoyed the fragrance. So I really haven't met anybody personally that really disliked that bar. Okay, the next one I have here is called Falling Apples. And the description of this one says, take a stroll through an orchard lined with crisp apple, acorn, and oak. This was new in the fall winter 2022 catalog. And this has never been a favorite of mine. I think that it is a nice fragrance. It's just never been one of my favorites. I do love apple, but I feel like the acorn and the oak in this one is making this one a very earthy type of apple fragrance. So it's just not my kind of scent, but I do think it's very unique. I think it is nice and it is a good performer. So if you like more earthy type of fragrances, I don't really smell much sweetness with this one or anything like that. It's more of a deep, earthy fragrance with those apple notes. Perfect for fall, perfect for this time of year. This one is a good one to try if you like scents like that. This next one here is called a Farmer's Market. This is such a unique bar. The description for this one says, crunchy carrot and cucumber with a hint of rose will have you seeing and smelling green. So this came back in July 2024 for Bring Back My Bar. And this bar is considered a floral category bar. And I remember this one from back when it came out originally, which was a long time ago. My customers loved it, absolutely loved it. So with this one, I don't really care for the top very much. It's kind of like sharp, but when you smell this from the bottom, you can definitely smell that rose note there. It's not an overpowering rose. It is absolutely beautiful in the background, but that definitely comes out more on warm. You can smell the carrot, which you would think would be strange, but it's really not. When it warms, it's kind of like an earthy type of note, slightly like as if there's still like maybe some dirt with the carrots, and then also the crispness of the carrots, like as if you're like cutting them up. But there's also green notes with this one, which I feel like is it's kind of strange because it's like fruity, it's floral. It's kind of like all of that together, and I feel like that's why a lot of my customers really, really loved it. It was like all kinds of scents together. It was a great performing bar. I feel like this one is pretty strong. And I'm not somebody who likes rose, but I can tolerate this one. It's not a scent that I think I need more of. I am going to rewarm it. I do have a couple cubes left in this bar, so I pulled it up here because I do want to rewarm it and just revisit it and make sure that I don't want to order any more of these bars. But it's just such a unique fragrance, and it brings back memories for me because I just remember cutting samples of this one for customers, early on when I started with Scentsy, and thinking that it was such a weird combination, but it oddly worked and a lot of people loved it. So I personally have not met many people who don't like this fragrance. Now, the actual bar has apples. It has apples all over the front, and it doesn't mention apple in the description. So I do think when you are smelling it, there is maybe some slight apple in the background, but honestly, what I pick up the most is the rose and kind of like some carrot and then like a green note. I don't really smell specifically cucumber, maybe very, very slightly, but I feel like that's more kind of in the background. This one's very nice. If you want kind of like a weird complex type of bar to try, I think this would be a good one, as long as you're okay with like some rose and like a floral note, because this is definitely considered a floral bar. I just feel like it's also fruity and it's also green at the same time. Okay, farmstand pumpkin, I have that here. The description for this one says indulge notes of fresh apple, cinnamon stick, pumpkin, and caramel. This one, I have a lot of customers who loved this one. I'm shocked that this one got discontinued, but honestly, this has never been a good performing bar for me. No matter what I do, I just can't seem to smell this bar that well when it's warming. And this goes from my old house that was smaller as well as this house. I think I even had this back a long time ago in like a scent pack or something, and I couldn't even really smell that scent pack. I can smell it here on cold. It's very, very, very soft and light. But I have customers who absolutely loved it, and they would buy multiples of this one. And just for me, for some reason, I really struggled to get good performance with it. So I don't know what that's about. I do think that I can smell a pumpkin with maybe a slight bit of apple. I really don't smell cinnamon with this one. I really don't smell many spices. If there is spices, it's just kind of like gentle spices. But again, I struggle to smell this bar. So if you get this one, just be aware that it might be a little soft. So this next one is called a Fill-In Punchy. The description says bright tangerine and pink lemon with a sweet splash of fruit punch. And I think this one is, I think it's good. I don't think it's like an absolute favorite for me. I think what did it for me is I have like some counter clean in this. I'm pretty sure it's counter clean. I don't know. I have some kind of cleaner that Scentsy had with this, and I received it somehow. I don't know if it was in a flash sale, how I got that, but I used that not too long ago, and I just absolutely did not like this scent as like a cleaner. It was very odd. I have warmed it in the wax though. I do like it in the wax. There's something about it that reminds me slightly of like orange sweet tarts. There's like a sweet tart type of smell that's mixing with this tangerine. I don't really smell a lot of lemon. I do smell like almost like a fruit punch type of note. But definitely that tangerine is kind of the main thing I smell here, with sweetness, like from like a sweet tart, which you wouldn't think that would kind of go together. It kind of works. I liked it in the wax until I had it in the cleaner, and then that just kind of like threw me off. So I don't really think I need more of this one. I might try warming another cube of it just to see, but yeah, I think I'm okay without that one. Okay, so Fields of Gold is one that I have not smelled before. So I did just order this one and got it the other day. The description for this one says, bergamot, apple, and plum glow against cashmere woods and exotic patchouli. And I was just very curious. That kind of doesn't sound like a scent I would be interested in. It sounds like it might be a little earthy and woodsy, but I was really intrigued about the bergamot and the apple. I actually like that. This is very different. Okay, so on the bottom, it's definitely earthy. I can almost smell that patchouli. And then from the top here, it was fruity. I can smell, I think, apple. I don't really know about the plum. I could see how there's like bergamot in this, because the bergamot, it's giving it almost like a masculine type of very slightly masculine to like some fruitiness on the top. And then on the bottom, you've got like slight masculine with like this earthy type of note. This is very, very unique. I am very interested on how this is going to warm. This is pretty. I don't know if it's something that I would want a lot of, but I do like this. I think it's very unique. And yeah, if you like slightly earthy scents with maybe like a little bit of fruitiness, it is what I was expecting based off of the description to kind of smell like that. I'm pleasantly surprised. I was afraid it was going to be like overly woodsy, but we'll have to see, because I don't know how this is going to warm. So we'll see. Okay, this next one is called Fiji Flower. And I talked about this one recently because this was just available for July for Bring Back My Bar. And the description of this one says, a vivid lei delicately crafted with pink plumeria and pear blossom wraps around an air of apple. And so this is a very beautiful floral. I think I do have this one in my club. I might have removed it, but I did grab a couple of these when they were available in July, because this is a very, very strong tropical fruity type of floral. It is absolutely gorgeous. It's definitely a floral that I can handle. It's almost a little too much just because it's so strong. I have put this one in my basement before, and it just warmed that whole space, just took over the whole basement, and it smelled absolutely gorgeous down there. It works great up here. So it is a fantastic performer. I think you do have to like apple, because you can smell a good bit of apple. You can definitely smell the floral notes. And it's just tropical and lovely. So this one is really beautiful. So this next scent here is a Fluffy Fleece, and I actually forgot to go over this one with you. I don't have it in a bar, I have it in a brick. So I'm just kind of inserting this clip into this video so that I can smell it with you. This bar is really old of mine. It's definitely getting sweaty and oily. The reason for that is just because I don't like this scent at all. This is not a scent that I can warm. It will give me an instant migraine, and it's just too much for me. There is a powderiness with this one that I just don't like. There is something about it that I can't handle. The description for it says, blackcurrant and cozy musk bundle up beneath a blanket of heliotrope. And this was from the 2021 holiday bricks. I don't smell blackcurrant with this one. I don't smell anything fruity with this one. This one smells very, very powdery. It smells perfumey. It smells floral. It smells kind of musky. It smells cozy. It smells slightly laundry. I definitely don't like fluffy fleece in the laundry products. It's just not a scent for me. So I know that this one is very, very popular. I know that there's a lot of people out there that love it. For me, this is a powerhouse. The few times that I have worn this and I've tried to love it, it was such a powerhouse for me that I had to take it out of the warmers. So I've even tried to use half the wax that I normally would use, and that was still too much for me. It was just too strong. So I think there's just something in this fragrance that I can't get along with. I don't really know what heliotrope is. I don't really know what that smells like, but maybe that is what I can't deal with it in this bar. Fluffy fleece just sounds like it would be such a cozy type of bar, and this is a cozy fragrance. A lot of other people say that it's cozy and they love it, and it's like a soft type of scent for them. But my experience with this one is it's not. If you are not okay with perfumey, powdery fragrances, I don't know if you could do this one, because this one is very powdery to me. But it is pretty. It's just not for me. So I also have a Follow the Rainbow, one of my favorites. This one is in my club. So this one came out for St. Patrick's Day in 2024. It says a vibrant mix of golden pineapple, sugared berries, and blood orange journeys to the end of the rainbow. And you can definitely smell the orange in this one. This is a very strong fragrance. It doesn't have the best like longevity. I mean, I can get it to go for like the 24 hours, but it is very strong when it first starts out. And I just love this one. It's very, very fruity. It reminds me slightly of the black raspberry sangria one, except I like this one even more. I think this one is more orange. It's fruitier. It is absolutely gorgeous. So it says it has pineapple, sugar berries, and blood orange. I can smell some pineapple, but mainly what I smell is the blood orange and the sugar berries. It's so pretty, and my husband really liked this one, so I definitely keep this one in my club. I think this one is perfect really for any time of the year, but I love this one around Valentine's, Easter, spring, going into summer. So a great bar. I don't think I need to up this one in my club. I considered it, but I feel like the one bar is enough because it is a strong performer, and I have so many other fruity type of scents, but I think this one is absolutely gorgeous. Beautiful. The next one I have here is called Forever Flannel, and I did used to have this one in my club. This one is from the 2023 Holiday Bricks. The description says, get comfy with soft lavender, warm sandalwood, and an inviting touch of bergamot. All things I love: lavender, sandalwood, and bergamot. So I no longer have this one in my club. I did take it out of my club, and that was just because I just have so many of these bars, and I also have at least one brick left. I think I might actually have 2 bricks left. And I just wasn't warming it enough. It is a very cozy, absolutely gorgeous scent. It is on the soft side, so it's not a powerhouse by any means. It's not a strong scent. It's definitely below average in my opinion. But I think it's meant to be that way. It's meant to be a soft scent. It's not meant to be aggressive in any way. And that's really what I love about it. It's very soft. It's perfect for bedrooms. It's perfect for really any time, like if you're wanting to wind down, watch a movie, something like that. But I have a bar called Fuzzy Blanket that's in my club, and I prefer using that over this. And so I was constantly reaching for that bar instead of this one. And so that's why I eliminated it. So now that it's available again, now I don't know. Should I add it back? Should I not add it back? I don't think I'm going to. I think I might grab maybe 1 or 2 bars just to have. But it is absolutely beautiful. I do think that when they sit and cure just a little bit, they do get a little bit stronger. But it is still just, a soft scent. So just be aware of that. But it is pretty. This one is really, really pretty. So going back to Forever Flannel, I don't think that this one is necessarily feminine or masculine. I feel like it's somewhere in between the two. I feel like it's just absolutely a cozy type of scent. I don't think it really smells like laundry, even though I think this would make a really pretty laundry scent. It's just cozy and smells soft and relaxing and beautiful. Okay, I have a French lavender. So this one is already in my club. This one says pure herbal fragrance of wild lavender from the hills of France. And I still think that this is one of my favorite lavenders that Scentsy has done, but that is more so because of memories. This was a fragrance I warmed all the time when I joined Scentsy in 2017. I'm pretty sure it was available then, but somewhere around that time of me joining, either shortly after that, I really fell in love with this fragrance. I would clean my house and I would throw this scent in the warmers, and it just smells clean and it smells relaxing. And so now anytime I smell it, it just reminds me of those times, and I really love it for that reason. So I think the reason why I like it is more so because of that, but it's also not a very floral lavender in my opinion. It's more, I mean, it is kind of floral. I mean, that's what lavender is, but I feel like this one leans more clean. It smells very clean. Even here, I don't think it does it justice. I think in the warmers, it turns into more of like a clean type of fragrance. And I really love it. I think it's kind of like a soft clean, if that makes sense. It's not super overpowering, but it's also not a bad performing bar by any means. And I don't know, I just really love this one. I think it's relaxing. I've also used this one in the bedroom at night before to be, you know, like a cozy type of lavender. So I do like this one. I'm going to keep the one bar that I have in my club for now, and we'll just see, because I don't warm this one as often as I used to. And so this one may get the boot after I get a couple more in my stash. The next one that's available is Fresh Cut Daisies, and I do not have that one. I really don't remember what that one smells like. I'm sure it's overly floral, but I just personally don't have that. So the description says that it has freshly cut grass and clover with daisies, buttercups, and ivy. I really just don't remember, but it just sounds entirely too floral for me. Plus it mentions freshly cut grass, which I usually don't like that scent as well. But if anyone is familiar with that scent, if you want to comment down below and let us know what that smells like, that would be great, because I don't really have a clue. The next one is Frosted Cedar. And this one is also not one of my favorite bars. The description for this one says, red delicious apple adorns towering white cedar in a blanket of creamy vanilla. I do think that this one is unique. I do like the apple in it. And I do like there's like some sweetness here. There is just a sharpness to this bar that I do not like. There is a sharpness here and I cannot get past it. So I can't warm this one. There is a lot of like this white cedar. And sometimes cedar bars can have like some sharpness to them that I can't do. And then I also feel like there is like this creamy vanilla scent. So unfortunately, when I tried warming this one, it was just too heavy. It was too heavy of like a woodsy type fragrance for me. And it was starting to give me a migraine. But I do like the apple in this one. I think this one is unique. I think if you like tree scents like that, you like cedar scents, I think this one is really, really pretty with that apple note blending in there with some vanilla. So it is pretty. I'm glad this one came back, so some of you can add that to your clubs. Okay, the next one I have here is Frosted Cinnamon Roll. This one is in my club. And the description of this one says, an irresistible blend of powdered cinnamon and a pinch of sweet clove topped with a gooey layer of whipped vanilla sugar. This was Scent of the Month for September 2023. And it came out with that wicked cute gnome warmer. This is absolutely gorgeous. It is beautiful. It is a great performer. I was always shocked that they did not put this one in the catalog. I just feel like this should be a staple scent that goes in the catalog. I do know on this list we have a sticky cinnamon bun, that is also available. And I just feel like the sticky cinnamon bun bar is just basically red hot cinnamon. It is very, very strong. It has a lot of cinnamon, which I do have a bar here. We'll get to that when I get to it. But this one is more of like a cinnamon bun because it's a cinnamon roll. So if you want more of an authentic type of cinnamon roll scent, I feel like this is the one you should choose over the sticky cinnamon bun because I feel like that one is just a lot of spice. Unless you just want mainly spice. And if that's the case, then that other one does have a lot of spice. There is a good bit of spice with this one, which is why I love it so much. It's why I keep it in my club. I also love mixing this one. I've mixed it with fruity type of scents. I've mixed it with fruity type of scents. I've mixed it with all kinds of things, but I really do like this bakery scent just by itself, just because it really does smell like a frosted cinnamon roll and it smells delicious. Okay, the next one we have here is called Frosted Vanilla, and unfortunately, I do not have a bar of that, so I do have a tester here that I'm going to smell. I vaguely remember what this one smells like. Yeah, I just don't think this was a favorite bar from me. I know that there was people that love this one. So the description for this one says, a wonderland of sweet vanilla bean and birch bark with a rush of frosty air. So I think the vanilla, okay, so the vanilla, I was a little sensitive to the vanilla that was in this one, but it was also that birch bark, that woodsy type of note that just, I didn't really care for, but this is gorgeous for anyone that loves woodsy type of scents like that. I feel like it is unique because it has like this frosty air type of note. Plus you have like the slight tree type of scent and some sweet vanilla. It really is beautiful. I personally cannot worm that one. So that one is a pretty one. The next bar that I have here is Frosty Air. And the description of this one says, sweet citrus and lily of the valley stay fresh in a flurry of frosty air. And this one is very laundry. Very, very, very laundry. So very, very clean, very laundry. Very, very strong. I feel like this is a powerhouse scent. I wore this once and it was just way too much for me. So I do really, really like this fragrance. I think it is absolutely beautiful. I think it is just so strong. It's even making my eyes water slightly here. But it is just a very powerful laundry scent in my opinion. I think I would like something like this in whiffs though. I think it is beautiful. It does mention sweet citrus. It mentions lily of the valley and it mentions frosty air. I can see where they're going with like the frostiness. There is like some coolness here. It reminds me slightly of Pima cotton. I used to have Pima cotton in my club, and I feel like this reminds me of that slightly. So if you liked Pima cotton, I think maybe you should give this one a try. I feel like this one is more floral than Pima cotton was, but it's kind of like the same type of edge because Pima cotton, I also felt like it also had like a coolness to that bar as well. But I do think this one is stronger than the Pima cotton. So Garden Fresh Gardenia is also available. And the description says the intoxicating essence of gardenia petals wafts through fresh air in a garden of lush greens. And I do think that this is beautiful. Again, this is a very, very floral bar, so it's not for me. And it smells very strong to me, but I think it is pretty. I think the greenness in this one, though, I don't necessarily care for. I personally would prefer just lush gardenia over this garden fresh gardenia. But I think that makes it unique because it does mention lush greens. I feel like you've got the gardenia petals, you've got like the air in the garden, and then you have like some green type of notes here. And it is beautiful. I think it's beautiful. I think it's very, very strong. It is a strong floral. So if you're someone who likes your strong florals, I feel like this would be a good bar for you. We also have Ghostly Greetings. This one says, spooky black plum, a spiced berry, and a dash of bourbon are brewed in a cauldron and ready to beckon you in. This was a Bring Back My Bar in June 2023. And before that, I want to say that this was a scent of the month at some point. So this one is very, very unique. There are lots of people who absolutely love this bar. Absolutely love this bar. I'm pretty sure that this was scent of the month. I'm pretty sure that when I made samples of this, I had lots of customers who loved it. For me personally, it is not my type of scent that I gravitate towards, but I do think it's absolutely beautiful. I do love plum scents, and it also mentions that it has spiced berry, and it mentions that it has a bourbon. But for me, I just feel like it's a dark, more earthy type of fragrance. Whereas I would prefer there to be more spices here. I mean, it mentions spiced berry, but I really don't smell many spices at all in this one. I can smell the plum, but I don't feel like it's overly plum. I feel like it's a very earthy type of fragrance, very earthy plum, but very unique. When this one warms, I like it much better on warm than I do here on cold. And I still have like a brick of this, and I still have several bars of this. So I personally don't think I need more of this one, but I think it is absolutely gorgeous. And, you know, I'm glad that this one came back. So for all of you that love this one, you can add it to your clubs. I do think it's unique and complex. It's kind of hard to explain, but just know that it's very well loved by a lot of people. So if you want to take a chance on one, I think this one would be a good one as long as you're okay with plum type of scents and some earthy scents. Yeah. So the next bar is this Scentspirations Gingerbread Buttercream Bar. And I actually just ordered this one. I just got it here because I have never smelled this one before. I don't know where I was and why I didn't take advantage of this Vanilla Bean Buttercream Scentspirations collection, but I don't remember when they released this. Ooh, that is really delicious smelling. Okay, I really like this one. Okay, it says vanilla bean and buttercream warmed with ground ginger and nutmeg. Lots of vanilla bean buttercream here. I do smell ginger and nutmeg. I feel like I was thinking that this was really going to smell more like actual gingerbread mixed with buttercream, and it doesn't really smell like spicy gingerbread, if that makes sense. Like the gingerbread that's in gingerbread hugs. I was thinking it was going to kind of be like gingerbread hugs, but with like vanilla bean buttercream mixed with it, which that sounds amazing. Maybe I need to do that mix. But that's not what it is here. It's mainly the vanilla bean buttercream with that ground ginger and nutmeg. But I don't really smell spices as like the gingerbread hugs has, like more spices. This is a beautiful bakery though. So I do think it smells pretty light here, to be honest with you. It smells pretty light, so I'll have to warm that and see how it does, but I'm glad that I grabbed this. It smells delicious. Okay, this bar is gingerbread cheesecake. And this one says gingerbread and cinnamon infused rich, creamy cheesecake with the warmth of the holidays. Now, I remember this came out last year. I think it was like a With Box exclusive or something like that. And I had such high hopes for this bar. And unfortunately, I just really didn't love it as much as I thought that I would. Yeah, I don't like this one at all. There is a very strange spice note to this one. It's not at all what I was expecting. So I really don't smell the cheesecake. The gingerbread is not like the gingerbread that is in Gingerbread Hugs, which is my favorite. It's really not like any other gingerbread. It's a very dry kind of gingerbread. I don't know how more to explain that, but the spices just smell different. I just don't really care for this one. There is some vanilla kind of to it, but I don't really smell cheesecake whatsoever. And I also was not impressed with the performance of this one, but I have not warmed it since probably last year. I don't think I've warmed it at all since last year. So this one has been sitting, and I feel like it's very strong as far as like that spicy note, but that's the note that I really don't like about it. So I'm just disappointed that it doesn't have more of like a cheesecake note. Now I could mix it with something. I could mix it with blueberry cheesecake and see what that does, but I can't get past the spice note that's in this one. So for me, this one is a no. I still have this bar. I don't know if I will warm this at some point or if I'll just gift it to someone. But for me, this one was definitely a pass, which is so strange because I love gingerbread. I love spices. I love cheesecake bars. I love all of that. And yet there's just something I don't like about this bar. Okay, the next bar here is Glorious Grapefruit. And the description for this one says, fresh squeezed pink grapefruit and juicy orange combine in this subtropical scent with a sprig of green leaves. Now, I do love grapefruit, and I do like this scent a lot, but this is such a high-pitched, very bitter, astringent type of grapefruit here. You would have to absolutely love grapefruit to want to warm this. You would have to love citrus, love grapefruit, and then I feel like there's also the green leaves with this one, which I don't really care for that note, but I do love this bitter, kind of high-pitched, astringent grapefruit note that's in this bar. It wouldn't be something that I would want to reach for all the time. Again, it would be if I was cleaning the house or, had odors in the house, something like that. So for that reason, it's not one that I need in my club, but I am glad to have this bar. I need to check my stash because if I only have this one, I may purchase one more and then I'll be good. Because I also have all of the spiced grapefruit bricks that I have purchased. So I have those to use, and I love that more than I like this Glorious Grapefruit. I love both of them. I mean, I love grapefruit scents altogether, but I think if I had to choose, I prefer the spiced grapefruit that's available in the bricks. But if you don't want a whole brick, you can just add the spiced grapefruit to your club and ship just a bar form of that and try that instead. I do think though with the spiced grapefruit, I think there are some similarities with this Glorious Grapefruit as far as they both have the same bitter type of astringent high-pitched grapefruit note. The difference is that this one has like some green type of notes in here, and it doesn't have any spices in this one at all. So the spiced grapefruit doesn't have a lot of spices, but there is like some hints of spice in the background, just not a lot. And I just prefer that. Okay, this next one is Golden Garland. And I loved this one back when it was available. This one says radiant marigold petals intertwined with apple garland, sparkling orange twist, and a touch of golden musk. This one is definitely an outdoor woodsy type of fragrance, but there is some apple here that I absolutely love. I love that smell of apple so much. I do think that this bar is stronger than average, definitely. And just recently, I got this particular scent in some swipes, and I think that I went over that in my previous video or a video at some point, and I absolutely love it in those swipes. It is absolutely gorgeous. I think it smells even more appley in the wipes, and I think it smells even more like apples in the swipes. But this bar is very similar to the Hayrides bar. So if you are a fan of that bar or you like that vibe of bar, then I think you would love this one. I think this one is probably slightly more earthy and woodsy than the Hayrides bar, but I think the more that I smell this one, the more there was a point in a clearance section at some point or a flash sale when this one was available and I stocked up on a couple of them and I warmed through some of them. And I think that I now prefer this one over Hayrides when originally I thought that I really preferred Hayrides over this one. So I do love this one. I do think that I'm going to add one of these to my club. This next bar that I have here is called Gone Camping. And this is a pretty old bar that I have. The description says, grab your tent and pick a spot where soft lilies ride meadow breezes beyond the amber woods. And I don't know how I feel about this one. Well, first of all, I have a really old bar here. And, you know, scents can start to turn sometimes, so I don't really know. But there is something about this bar that I can smell a hint of like rubber that I don't really care for. Now, it mentions soft lilies, but I don't really smell anything floral about this bar. If anything, I think this bar leans masculine. It also mentions that it has amber woods, and I don't really pick up amber. So, you know, I'm just not 100% sure about this one. This bar just may be too old to really smell. So if anyone else has tried Gone Camping, I would love to hear your opinions about that in the comments, and you let me know if it was one you loved or what you thought about it. I think it leans masculine and woodsy. It's not that it's a bad fragrance. It's just different. I don't know if it's meant to smell this way or not. So it doesn't smell anything like soft lilies or meadow breezes. I don't get that whatsoever. I smell more of like a camping trip with, you know, a guy that's wearing cologne with maybe like some outside type air notes with like some woodsiness. That's what I smell here. I don't smell anything floral about this bar. Okay, I also have Goody Goody Gumdrop. This bar was available last year in the Sugar Chalet warmer collection that we had. That warmer came with 3 bars, and then you could add the bars to your club. And this was not a new fragrance, though, if I'm not mistaken. I think this fragrance had been out before. And I really did love this one. I contemplating adding to my club, but I never did. It says, dip into a bag of spicy rainbow-colored gumdrops with a crunchy sugar coating. So that's really what it smells like. It smells very spicy. I love that about it. Very spicy. It smells like gummy candy. So like the sweet gummy type candy, spicy candy. That's exactly what it smells like. The little spicy gummy gumdrops. I love this one. This one is a great performer. I honestly think I may grab 1 or 2 more bars of this. My mom didn't really care for this one. She loves spicy scents. She loves all cinnamon type of scents, but this one was a little too sugary for her. She really didn't like the sweetness that was in this one, but I really liked it. I enjoyed it. So I think I will just grab a couple more bars, but not add it to club. Okay, this next one here is Graham Cracker Crunch. This is another favorite of mine, but I have not worn this one in quite a while because this was my very last bar of it, so I was hoarding it. The description says, caramelized graham cracker layered with crunchy peanut butter and creamy vanilla bean. So this is really one of the only bars that I know of where Scentsy has used peanut butter, and a lot of people are afraid of that, but honestly, I don't really smell a whole lot of peanut butter here. I can smell some slightly nutty type of notes, but this bar is also pretty old. So I did order another bar of Graham Cracker Crunch because this bar was just so old, and I do want to warm this one, but I was afraid to, you know, judge this one, warm it, judge it, and then maybe not add it to my club if maybe it's not accurate, if that makes sense, because I have been hoarding this one for a while. But they honestly smell exactly the same. If anything, I feel like the one that I have smells way stronger than this one. So I do think that this bar does cure a little bit with sitting. It's probably, yeah, that vanilla note. I have to warm this again because I just cannot decide. I told myself that I was going to add this one to club because I've been waiting for this one to come back. But I have to warm it and see. This bar here is not strong really. So I don't know what the performance is going to be like. I feel like I can smell the graham cracker. I feel like I can slightly smell the nutty type of note. And then I smell a lot of this creamy vanilla bean. And I think that this is just going to be a great mixing type of bar. I think I would probably like it by itself too, but I think it would just be another good mixer. So I just have to make some decisions and decide, you know, whether I need another bar like that. Okay, this next bar is Grapevine. And this is not a bar for me. The description for it says somewhere between grape juice and Cabernet. This was from July 2025. This same year we had the Bring Back My Bar. So this one got voted back, and this is a powerhouse. Whoo, it has gotten even stronger. This has gotten even stronger since July. Wow, this is such a powerful bar. If you want a strong bar that will literally blow you out of the house, this is it. This is it. Because when I was testing these bars, I put this in my basement, not expecting it to completely fill up my whole basement with, I want to say at the time it was 3 cubes, because that's what I've used here. So filled up the whole basement, came up the steps, was coming up through my vents, had the whole upstairs smelling like it, even though I had other scents going here. It completely overpowered everything. And I could even smell it out in my garage. It was ridiculous, ridiculous. I'm not saying that the scent is completely terrible. It's not really for me. It is a very floral. I can almost smell something soapy, almost like slightly, but it's a very floral grape, like a mature grape type of fragrance. It's not really like a kid's type of sweet grape or anything like that, which is more of like what I would like. This is almost like an earthy type of floral grape. And it's not a fragrance for me. But I don't think it was terrible. It was so much of it. And then I just really didn't care for it. It was giving me a headache. I could not get rid of the scent. I could not get it out of the house. It was coming through like the trash cans. It was making my whole garage smell like that after I took it out of the warmers. This is just so, so powerful. So if you're looking for a really, really strong one, this one is definitely one. This next one is Grapefruit and Grenadine. This one says splashes of sparkling grapefruit and juicy pomegranate are garnished with zesty orange peel in the ultimate merry mocktail. This was a new scent for fall and winter back in 2019. So I do remember this one. And I do like this one. It again is a very bitter. Very bitter. I think this one is even more bitter than the glorious grapefruit. A very astringent, high-pitched grapefruit here. But you also have this zesty orange peel. So you've got the bitterness from like an orange peel mixing with the bitterness of the grapefruit. And while that doesn't sound like it would be pleasant, it kind of is, but it's very, very sharp because it has all of those things combined. This really isn't a scent for me. I do like it. I do like this grapefruit scent. I have warmed it before, but the sharpness keeps me from really, really loving it. Sometimes grapefruit scents are sharp and I can handle it to a certain point, but this one is very sharp. And This one is a good performer though. So this one does mention that it has juicy pomegranate, but I really don't smell much of like a pomegranate note here. It's all citrus and it is pretty bitter. So if that sounds like something you would like, then this one is a great one. Okay, grapefruit orange. This was from the Mix It wax collection. The description says this classic citrus scent gets a little extra kick from the grapefruit, so it's perfect for adding some zest. And I really do love this one. I warmed it recently because I couldn't decide if I wanted to add it to club. This is a really old bar. They do get sweaty, but it does not affect their performance whatsoever. These bars are strong. This is a very, very strong fragrance in my opinion. I probably shouldn't say very, very strong. It's very strong for a citrus bar, okay? Because citrus bars are not always strong bars. They don't usually have like good longevity, but this one does. So I warmed it recently. I warmed 2 cubes out here in the open concept. I only did 2 cubes just because I felt like it smelled pretty strong. And sometimes with grapefruit, they can be kind of sharp, and this one just smelled extremely strong. So I decided to do 2 cubes instead of the 3. And I'm glad that I did that because this was so strong. It was so strong. I ended up taking it out of the warmers after about 3 hours because it just wasn't dying down and it was just too much, which I've really been trying to get through a lot of bars anyway. So I really haven't been letting scents go for exactly 24 hours unless I just want to see the longevity, just because I'm trying to decide what to add to my club, what I can delete, that sort of thing. And honestly, originally I thought that grapefruit orange was going to be one that I was adding to my club. Like I was almost 100% sure because I love orange scents. I love grapefruit scents. I thought it smelled like a good performer, but after warming it, I just changed my mind. I just think it's just too much. It's just too strong for me. This is a very strong scent. Now, it does mention that, citrusy. It says it gets the extra kick from the grapefruit, and it says it has like zest. It's definitely zesty. I feel like this one is more orange than it is grapefruit. Definitely more orange than grapefruit. It was just too much for me. So if you're looking for a strong one and you like orange, this is a good one. I think, this was from the Mix It collection, so I think this would be a great bar to mix with other type of scents. I even considered mixing this one with like vanilla bean buttercream to try to like calm it down just a little bit, something like that. But, I just never did that. But I might do that before I completely decide not to add this one to club. But for now, this one's not getting added just because it's a little strong. I do think that since this is from the Mix It collection, this is a great option for mixing. I think it would be absolutely beautiful with a vanilla bar, like vanilla bean buttercream. I even think it would be pretty with maybe some other kind of fruit, like a berry type of fruit, and make it like a very tropical smelling type of bar. Yeah, I think you have a lot of options with that one. So the next bar that I have here is green tea smoothie. This one is new to me. I have not smelled this one before. So I did order this one and just got it here. The description for this one says a splash of cool green tea against bright ginger, peach, nectarine, and cranberry. So to me, that sounded like a fruity description, and I was just really intrigued and wanted to see. Whoa. Okay, that's not what I was expecting. So there is a sharpness with this one as well. I was thinking green tea smoothie. I was thinking this was going to be fruity, but kind of in a calming way. I don't know why I felt that. The ginger in this is giving it like a high-pitched sharpness here. I don't know. And then I can smell the peach. Honestly, I think the peach and the cranberry, I think I'm smelling the most here. I think nectarine very slightly, but I can definitely smell the peach and the cranberry. It's very odd. I mean, I kind of thought to myself when I read this description that these notes don't really sound like something that would go together. It does mention that it has a splash of cool green tea. which I guess I can kind of smell something that's like a slightly coolness here, but I don't really know that I smell yeah, I guess I can slightly smell some green tea here, but I think mainly what I'm smelling is ginger, peach, and cranberry. I don't know if I'm going to be able to warm this one. This one is definitely odd. I think if I would have known how this one smelled, I probably would not have purchased this. I was just very, very curious. So curiosity got me on this one. I don't even think I want to try warming this one. I may just find someone who really likes the smell of this one on cold to try. Okay, this next one here is called Happy Holidays. And this was available in a 3-pack for like, I guess, a holiday collection at some point. It was a long time ago. It was also available with Feelin' Pine, I believe it was, and Berry Blessed. So it was like a 3-pack with those scents. And this one, I don't know. I just never really cared for this fragrance, but the description says, festive golden pear mingles with clove and holiday pine to bring joy to the season. It is unique. You can smell some very slight spices like with the clove. And then you can definitely smell the pine. That's the main thing that you smell here. And then I feel like the pear is kind of like an earthy pear. It's not like a normal type of crisp pear, in my opinion. It's not like the pear that is in the cinnamon roasted pear. It's nothing like that. This is still a very woodsy pine type of fragrance. There is a slight sweetness. And then you can smell slightly the clove, just slightly. So I don't know. I just never really loved this bar. So this one's not for me. I'm definitely not getting this one. If you really like pear and you're looking forward to this one, just know that there's some slightly there, but it's just not a normal crisp pear that I usually like. Okay, this next one that I have here is called Hazelnut Frosting. And the description says heavenly hazelnut creme whipped with golden vanilla and a hint of ginger. I do think this one smells nice. This is a pretty old bar that I have, so it does have kind of like an off note in this that I don't remember being there, but it does remind me of like a hazelnut type of creamer, but sweeter than that. Like it's got this frosting type of note. I do like this bar here from the top, but on the bottom, there is almost like a weird milk, possibly type of note. Just smells kind of off a little bit. I don't really get much of the ginger. There is like a frosting note, but it's more of like a sweetness, and then definitely vanilla. I don't think I'm going to order any of this one just because there's that weird note that is in this bar. And honestly, I have plenty of other bars that I love, so I probably will pass on this one. The next one I have here is Hazelnut Latte. And this one says, the light sprinkling of cinnamon on its light, fluffy top gives your latte the kick it needs to fill you with some much needed energy. I would love to have a hazelnut latte right now. So this one actually smells pretty light. But this is an older bar that I have. I remember liking this one. I don't think I really loved it. I don't smell a lot of like coffee or anything like that with it, like you would kind of expect to smell some of that here. I smell, it just smells like, again, like a hazelnut type of creamer. It smells like milk. I can smell like almost like a milk note type here. Slightly, maybe slightly, very slightly some cinnamon. I don't know. This one is much softer than I remember as well, but these are older bars. So I don't know. I don't think I'm going to get this one either. I do really like the smell of hazelnut, but I think both of these bars are just not it. I think there's just so many other bars that I love that I will probably pass on this one. So the next scent is Heirloom Rose, and I don't have that scent here in stock. And that's just because I am sensitive to rose. I have smelled it before. I think it's absolutely gorgeous. It smells just like roses. It is very, very floral. It is very, very strong. So if that's something that you're interested in, I would definitely give that one a try. And so another scent that Scentsy added later after creating the first original list is Hemingway. So we also have Hemingway available. And I love Hemingway. This one is absolutely gorgeous. The description says, rich, ripe apples and warm, woody accents of sandalwood and cedar with hints of spice. This did come back in 2023 for Bring Back My Bar. This is just so beautiful. There is a slight masculine type of note with this one. It definitely has apples. You've got like this really warm, woody type of fragrance here, but also a very, very, very slight masculine edge. With the apples, oh my gosh, it smells so beautiful. So beautiful. I don't know why this one leans masculine to me, because really it is like a woodsy type of apple with spice. But there's something about it in the background that just like reminds me of like a masculine type of note. This one is beautiful in the warmers. This is a fantastic performer. So if you like deep, rich, appley, woody, spicy scents, I would definitely give this one a try. So the next scent that I have here is Hibiscus Sunset, and I did have this one in my club for a little while, and then I removed it. This one says, take a sip of tangy pineapple juice sweetened with a splash of peach nectar and garnished with a showy tropical hibiscus. This one is very tangy, very tropical, very fruity, very strong. It has a very floral type note here. It also has some sharpness as well. But this one is absolutely gorgeous. This one is a very, very strong scent. I can smell a lot of pineapple juice with it. I can also smell that hibiscus note, the floral note. So I feel like you would really have to like pineapple to like this one. And you would also have to like floral fragrances. It's sweet and it's really, really good. But this one is really strong in my opinion. Okay, so the next scent on this list is Highway Run, but I don't have this one in stock, but I will read you the description. It says, take the map and go where the wind takes you as crisp, adventurous notes of eucalyptus bud, cedar, amber, and vetiver grass lead the way. And I think that I have smelled this one before, but I really honestly do not remember, so I really can't give an opinion about it. It does sound like it would smell maybe slightly masculine, woodsy. It mentioned amber, and then it had all of these other type of woodsy sounding kind of scents, and so that's why I just didn't want to order one of those to smell. But if Highway Run is one that you're familiar with, if you would let us know down in the comments, that would be helpful. I also have Hollow Harvest. This description says, smoked embers and vanilla beans flicker inside a hand-carved pumpkin. This bar was from the Gordy Goodness collection from last year. This is a favorite. This one is absolutely so popular. I do think this one is very, very unique. I think it smells absolutely lovely. I do like the smoked embers with this one. The only thing is the vanilla beans. If the vanilla beans were not in this one, I think I could tolerate it a lot more than I can. I do like this one a lot. I do. I think it smells absolutely beautiful, but I can't have it in my warmers for very long or I start to get a headache from this one. I do think it is strong to me just because of the vanilla, but it's actually a softer fragrance. So I don't feel like it has the best performance probably for someone else, but this bar here actually smells a lot stronger than I remember it being. I have not warmed this since last year, and so this bar has been sitting. So that vanilla seems to have gotten even stronger. Wow, it's definitely gotten stronger. So the vanilla, if that wasn't in there, I think that I would absolutely love this. I love this smoked ember type of smell. It smells beautiful. It's perfect for fall. So I think this would be a great one to try if you really like smoky type, vanilla type fragrances. You want something without spice, because I really don't smell any kind of spices or anything like that in this one. Yeah, it's really a pretty scent. Okay, this next one I have here is Holly Jolly Cider. The description for this one says, warm apple cider infused with cinnamon stick and a whiff of evergreen. This was from the 2023 holiday bricks. Absolutely loved this one. I have a bunch of these bricks, and for that reason, that's the only reason why I'm trying to decide whether I want to add this one to club. Absolutely love this fragrance. I think it is gorgeous. It is the perfect mix for me of like this apple cider with cinnamon and evergreen. I mean, if I'm being honest, I would like more cinnamon in it, but I can always put cinnamon in this. I think it is really, really pretty with the evergreen note. That evergreen note is strong, but it's such a nice balance between this apple cider and then some slight cinnamon here with this evergreen. I think that this is a pretty strong bar. Not a powerhouse by any means, but I think it's slightly better than average for me. I think it performs absolutely great out here in the open concept. And yeah, I'm just trying to decide, do I have enough with the bricks that I have stashed away, or do I want to add one of these to my club? I don't know. Because I feel like by the time I use all them bricks that I have, I'll probably be tired of this scent, but I honestly don't know. Okay, this next one that I have here is called Hometown Cowboy. And I had not smelled this one until recently when this was available in like a clearance section. So I really fell in love with this bar. I think it smells absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. But I do love masculine scents. Hey, Luna. So it is probably about 3:30 in the morning here. She's trying to figure out what I'm doing. She doesn't know why I'm not sleeping. So this Hometown Cowboys description says, dark suede and aged leather saunter down a dusty avenue lined with black mahogany. And it's very, very masculine cologne smelling. It really, really is, with like some leather also in the background. And you would really have to like masculine scents to like this. And I mean masculine as in masculine cologne type fragrances, but it really does smell like a very attractive cowboy. And I love this one. I don't know if I love it enough to add it to club, or if I just want to grab a couple more of them, because this is not a scent that I would warm all the time. I honestly, I could see myself warming this one downstairs in our basement, our finished basement. I could see myself warming this one in the bedroom every so often, but not all the time. So I would probably be safe by just grabbing a couple of these, but I do think that this one is really, really nice. I do like the leather note that is in this one more than I thought that I would. And I don't think it's very overpowering or anything like that. I think that it blends well with the bar. Yeah, I'm glad this one came back. So if you love this one, you can add it. Okay, I also have Honey Pear Cider. And the description for this one mentions fresh, juicy pear, sweet honey. It also says that it has subtle hints of ginger root, cinnamon, and clove. So it does have a good bit of things here. I actually have a bar from way back in the day, one of these older bars that I found in my stash when I was pulling things out. And it honestly, it has seen better days, but it still smells good. This one smells better, but it's getting a little juicy. So I definitely need to warm those. But I have always loved honey pear cider. I think it's an absolutely beautiful scent. I think it is a little on the soft side, if I'm being honest. But I think it's gentle kind of spices in this. It mentions that it has subtle hints of ginger root, cinnamon, and clove. And I feel like it is just subtle hints of that. So I wouldn't be afraid of that. I think the main thing that you smell is like that juicy pear and the honey. So there's like some slight sweetness with the slight spices, and then you have like that crisp, juicy type of pear. So as long as you like pear type of fragrances and like some slight spices, I think you should maybe give this one a try. It's really, really pretty. And this one was around back when I signed up, I believe. And I had lots of customers who really adored this fragrance. I also have Honeycrisp Harvest. And this one is in my club. This was scent of the month for August of 2024. This was available with that Sunflower Fields warmer. That was so gorgeous. The description says, bountiful orchards of Honeycrisp apple and fresh pear anticipate the harvest with hints of warm musk. And I just love this bar. I think it's a fantastic apple bar. I love the musk that's in this one. I think it's just kind of one of those no fuss type of bars that, you know, it doesn't have any cinnamon or spices. It's great for mixing with other things. It's great if someone doesn't like the spices. I've even mixed this with bakery bars. I think that it leans fall, but I feel like it's perfect for August, because this was scent of the month for August. So going into fall, I think it's perfect for that. But I can see myself warming this one in the spring as well, just because it smells like a beautiful apple. So I don't see myself taking this one out of my club, but I was able to stock up on this one when they had it in the clearance section, I believe. So honestly, I'm probably going to put this in a club that I can push out, because I don't need any of this one anytime soon. But I do think this one is absolutely gorgeous. If you like the smell of apple, this one is a must try for sure. I think the longevity of this one isn't quite 24 hours, if I remember correctly, but I do think it is strong for like a good 15 hours in the warmers. And then after that, if I remember correctly, it starts to get softer. And this one, it just is a beautiful apple. I honestly prefer this one over Johnny Appleseed. We have the Johnny Appleseed that is in the catalog that's available year round. And I do love the Johnny Appleseed, but there's something about this one that does smell like a crisp, really crisp apple. And then it has the musk type of notes with it. And I really enjoy that. The next bar that I have here is Honeymoon Hideaway. And this is a pretty old bar that I have. The description says, escape to a secluded retreat of dew-kissed lily and tart sweet kiwi shaded by lush coconut palm. And honestly, this was a really good selling bar back when this was available. I had lots of people who absolutely loved this one. The only thing is that it is such a light, very soft bar. Very, very light, very soft. This one has been sitting for quite a while, so I can actually smell the notes. I would not say that I smell kiwi here. I do think I smell some coconut or coconut palm. It does smell slightly tropical. Honeymoon Hideaway was never one of my favorite scents. I thought it was pretty. I thought it was pretty in like a soft tropical type of way, whereas it didn't hurt my head or anything like that because it was softer. But the dew-kissed lily, I can see that. There is a slight floral note in the background, but it's just too soft. It's just too soft for me. So this isn't one that I'm going to get. But if you like softer scents, this one would be a good one. This one was very, very popular. People that tried this one loved it. I wonder what a fresh pour would smell like, because this one has been sitting for quite a while. So I'm curious if the fresh pours would be really, really soft. So if any of you guys have ordered the Honeymoon Hideaway with this, promotion that they have going on right now, and you received a fresh pour, was it really, really soft, or can you smell the notes with it? I'm just curious. Okay, the next one that I have here is called Huckleberry Hideaway, and I did get this bar recently on a clearance sale or a flash sale or something like that. The description says, fresh picked huckleberry, mountain violet, and crisp white woods create the perfect retreat. This was a new fall and winter scent back in 2022. And I do like this one. I like the smell of huckleberries. I think that when I first got this bar, I also got huckleberry sage in the clearance at the same time. And I couldn't remember which one was my favorite, but I do think I prefer the huckleberry sage over this one, even though this one is really, really pretty. I feel like this one is a little floral. So for me, it probably wouldn't be my favorite just for that reason, but it is beautiful. I can smell the huckleberry. I can smell floral, but I wouldn't necessarily know that it's this mountain violet. It also mentions woods, white woods. This is really nice. This is unique. I don't think it's anything that I need in my club. I would purchase possibly one more, but I need to warm this one to decide. It's nice. I really do like the huckleberry note. I really do like that. Okay, the next bar I have here is called Hug in a Mug, and this is a pretty old bar that I have here. And this says that it has chocolate, it has hazelnut, and it has a cookie dough. And as you can see, this is definitely a very sweaty bar. It doesn't smell quite like it's supposed to. I remember Hug in a Mug very clearly. And it is a very beautiful bar. I do love it. I do think that I'm going to add this one to my club, but probably only to grab a couple of bars. I don't think it's one that I need in my club all the time. But if I grab a couple of bars, I feel like I'm going to use it as a mixer, probably to mix with some coffee bars that I have, probably to mix with some bakery bars that I have. And I'll also have brownie batter to do the same thing with. So I feel like a couple of bars will last me quite a while. But it mentions the chocolate, the hazelnut, and the cookie dough. The cookie dough, I always had people question that when they would read this back in the day when this scent was available. But it is nice. There is like kind of like a weird cookie dough type of note, but I think it all blends together, and I always really loved this one. And I had a lot of customers that like this one as well, but there's just some people out there who don't really like chocolate scents. So I get it if you don't like chocolate scents, that you probably wouldn't like this one, because you can definitely smell the chocolate in it. Okay, I also have Snow Over It. And this is an older bar as well. The description says sage, whispering pine, and cedar wood bursting with bright berries will rekindle your winter romance. And I really, really like this one. This is a favorite of mine when it comes to wintry type scents. I feel like it is a perfect balance between these notes that it's talking about. You've got like a fruity berry type scent here. You have the cedar, the wood, the pine. You have like slightly some sage. I almost smell like a slight coolness with this one, but if this one wouldn't have these bright berries, I feel like it would just be too woodsy, just too woodsy. So I feel like there is this bright berries in here really breaking up the woodsy notes, making this one smell so beautiful. And I really love it. So I think this is the only bar of this one that I have. I don't think that I'm going to be adding this one to club. I just don't think I would warm a bar like this enough. This is definitely like a wintry type of scent for me. But I do think it's one that I probably would want to grab like one or two more of. Okay, I also have iced pine. And the description for this one says, as refreshing as a walk through a newly fallen snow, green fir and pine kissed by icy peppermint. And I do love this one. I do love this one a lot. It is a very, very pine. Very pine. I would not be able to warm this one by itself. But I do like the icy type of minty note that is with this one. So I do enjoy the coolness of this bar. It's definitely invigorating. Like there is a good bit of this icy peppermint here. I definitely don't think I could just warm this scent by itself. I just don't think I could do that. I would definitely have to probably mix this with something sweet or something fruity. I think mixing this with cranberry and cardamom would be absolutely beautiful. I have not tried that yet mixed with this one. So I have some decisions to make because like I said, I have to make a decision between, am I adding iced pine, Christmas tree, sweet orange and evergreen, black forest and pine. I think for sure I'm adding the sweet orange and evergreen, and I just don't know what else to add because I just don't need all these tree scents, but I do think all of them are lovely. Okay, this next one that I have here is called Jamming Jubilee. This is one of my absolute favorite bars. I love this one so much. The description says, red berry compote and blackberry zest are ready to party with the irresistible addition of sugared syrup. So this was June 2024 scent of the month. And there is something so special about this one. It is very, very sweet. It is very, very berry. There is a lot of berry here. It mentions red berry, it mentions blackberry, and then it has that sugared syrup on top of these sweet berries. But this bar has amazing longevity. It has amazing longevity for a fruity type of bar because a lot of times bars don't last over 24 hours for me. And even still, fruity bars and citrus bars and different kinds of bars like that, they sometimes only last 15, 20 hours, whereas this one was still going after 24 hours. Especially if I warm this one somewhere else. Like if I put this one in the bedroom or upstairs in my attic room, like a smaller room, I definitely can get more time out of it. Out here in the open concept, it does kind of get lost, but it still has way better longevity than other berry scents. And for that reason, this is a win for me. This will always go in my club. For the most part, I will choose this over pretty much any other berry scent just because it smells amazing and it has amazing longevity. It mixes fantastic. I think it smells delicious with churro churro. I love mixing this with vanilla bean buttercream. I've mixed it with all kinds of things and it's absolutely gorgeous. I also have Jeweled Pomegranate, and this bar is back from when this was scent of the month. And the description says, shimmering pomegranate sparkles with sugared mandarin and a twinkle of cinnamon. It smells absolutely beautiful. I do love this one. It's definitely a very dark pomegranate. It definitely has just some slight spices and cinnamon here. It is really, really beautiful. I can smell like the sugared mandarin. And I also have this in either a hand cream or a body cream. I have it in something back here in my bathroom. And it smells absolutely beautiful as that lotion. It smells beautiful as a lotion. And I love this one in the warmers. Again, this is another really beautiful scent that I think mixes so well with pine, evergreen, woodsy type of fragrances. So I do like to grab this one and mix it sometimes with scents like that. So this one is beautiful. Hey everybody, so as you can tell, I am in a different outfit. This is a different day. I just ran out of time when I was recording. So I think I've decided to just split the videos into 2 parts just because this was way more work than I thought that it was going to be. I mean, I knew that it was going to be a long video, but I didn't realize really how many hours of video this was going to be. And so just for me to make it easier, editing, uploading to my computer, that sort of thing, I've decided to split this up. So I think I'm going to end it here as just part 1. And then I will try to get part 2 up as soon as I can, because I'm going to go ahead and start recording that right after this. So I will try to get that up. My goal is to get everything up before the end of November so that you guys can see this video just in case you're on the fence about what to add to your clubs and that sort of thing. So I'm trying my best. It's just a lot to edit. This video was a hot mess. I was extremely tired. It was 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning when I stopped recording. My earring was flipped for a lot of the bars, and I just don't have time to re-record it. So I do apologize, but I hope that it was helpful. I'm going to go ahead and try to get the rest of these bars recorded because I do have Thanksgiving tomorrow and I have so much to do. I have cooking to do and that sort of thing. So I do apologize that I have to break this video up. I was really hoping that I could get it all done in one video, but that's just not going to be possible. So I hope that everything was helpful so far. If you guys want to comment and let me know, out of the bars that I talked about in this video, which ones are your favorite, if they smell differently to you than the way I think they smell. Any comments down below, I would love to have a conversation with you. So I'm going to go ahead and record the second part, and then that will be up as soon as I can get it up. I hope all of you have an absolutely lovely day, and I will see you in the next one. Thanks so much. Bye.